And we're back with the Blacklisted Gaming Podcast. For those that don't know, me and Doc are recording this. But if you are on YouTube right now watching this, welcome into our first actual...
Am I on camera?
You're on camera. Welcome to our first official...
Candid camera.
It's not our first official, but it's our first... It is our first official video recording.
It's a first official, not live streamed recording.
Yes. And I wanted to do it like this because streaming the podcast is kind of a pain in the ass. And the biggest reason why it's a pain in the ass is because of chat. Chat's extremely distracting.
Natural innateness to look at chat, and it disturbs.
I also had to figure out a second camera for Doc. And I was going to use my phone. And I'm glad I didn't use my phone because the phone quality, even though my camera on my phone is great, the camera quality when I'm USBing it to this, I had to find a separate program to install onto the computer and then add the app to the phone to USB link it. And then I had to update my drivers.
Yeah, that's how I did it when I was in Cuba and I would stream. I used my phone and I had to do that.
It's good in a jam, which is why I'm going to keep it. I'm going to use it as a second camera for my push-ups.
Oh, I got it good.
So
it is really cool.
That's I'm loving OBS the more and more I'm using it.
And you can use it as a microphone too if you need to.
I don't want to use it as a microphone.
I'm just saying.
I have more microphones than anybody could ever want.
It's an option.
It is an option. It's funny. I want to actually upgrade from my Yeti Blue, but I want to get I'm saving up for that. Like I'm gonna get I'm saying a lot. I'm gonna get a new Elgato Wave 3.
So glorious. I'm telling you.
Everyone I've watched that's used that microphone, their audio quality is mwah. It's great.
Is mine sound good when I'm using it?
Yeah, yours sounds good. Your camera sucks though.
My camera is perfectly fine.
Your lighting is bad. You're very dark.
How dare you?
Well, I mean, I'm being completely honest with you. What do you want me to do?
It's usually when I have it dark for a reason, but then I have the LED light so that I change up. When I have my green screen, it's perfect. But I switch it up to where I have the darker background.
Yeah.
For the lights and everything. When I go back to the green screen, it won't be dark.
Cool.
I like to switch it up.
This week we have a lot of topics. Very few topics this week are going to actually be related to Activision. Fucking finally. And most of the topies that I have are going to be.
2 of them are, though.
2 of them are. That is correct.
2 of the 8.
2 of the 8. Yeah, we have 8 topics.
That's reduced to 1 out of 4.
That's true.
It's 25%.
Math. The other thing that I'm doing is I'm going to be showing Doc some videos, and some of the YouTube videos that I'm going to be showing, I can show on YouTube. I haven't come up with anything really horrible that I can't put on YouTube. So don't worry. It's mostly I want the Doc's opinion about how fucked up these people got.
I need to look at it like a butcher, man.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be glorious. So...
Got a bit of regiment news, too.
We do have a bit of regiment news. Let's talk about the...
Speaking of, though, repping the new Gamer Advantage glasses and jersey.
Yeah, you are.
We don't have the red jerseys yet, though.
Here, why don't you showcase those glasses when I go to your... I'm on your scene right now.
Oh, we'll even put the magnetic on. Wait for it. It's pretty glorious.
You're so fucking...
I want to put these on just for the whole time. I don't think he'll let me.
No, I mean, who really wants to watch somebody wear sunglasses the whole time?
Hashtag not an ad, I guess.
Oh yeah, Gamer Advantage. Yeah, I guess that we could use that as a plug. That's a plug.
Pretty much.
We just need more sponsorships.
We do. But we can plug the regiment shit though.
For those of you that are watching, I also have some scenes for like switching back and forth between the cameras. I'm really new at doing that. I've never done that before. So if you're like, why is he doing random camera switches? Like, I'm not a professional when it comes to...
Don't fucking judge us.
I'm not a professional when it comes to switching camera scenes. So
I'm gonna crack open this fucking freedom in a can.
Yeah, I left my energy drink upstairs. I've been drinking coffee.
It's a nice Rip It.
I'm almost out of coffee too.
I actually saw a meme from Rip It today where it's got a guy sitting on the end of a branch, and it's sawing through it, and on him, it's drinking coffee, And on the other side of the tree, where the actual tree is, it says energy you could have gotten from a ribbit.
Okay. You and your rippets, man, you're going to die. That shit's
probably,
gonna
but I'm
kill
going to
you.
die happy.
Drinking a rippet makes me, honestly, like, drinking rippets makes me feel like shit. And not in a good way. It makes me feel like I'm a fat piece of shit. Like, I just feel... I feel
but
fucking...
I know I'm a fat piece of shit, so it's okay.
You can fix that. You know that, right? Just do PT. Go to the gym.
I know I do that, but it's so delicious to, like, not be skinny.
Whatever, man. You know what's better than... You know what feels better than being fat? Being in shape.
I didn't say I'm not in shape. I just have some fluff. And that part is delicious.
Yeah.
Because I still have to pass PT standards.
Yeah, you do.
If I were a veteran, then I'd be like, all right, I got to work out some more.
I might actually start, now I'm doing these camera scenes, I'm kind of switching them in spots that are stupid. But,
I'm going to start on the regiment news.
all right, go ahead and read off our regiment news before we go into the topics.
I got a copy for him, too, so he can read along. So if you didn't get a copy of the limited edition red jersey, the Remember Everyone Deployed, sucks to fucking suck, nerd. It's too late. Ours are coming on Tuesday, so we'll have them for the next recording. But there have been talks we're going to have potentially soon. It's not solidified or anything, but it's already been announced that it's in the future. The branch-specific jerseys are going to be coming, so that'll actually be pretty badass.
I cannot wait to wear an Army jersey.
I
for
swear to
regiment.
God, if they make the Navy one, the blue digital, I'm buying the Marine Corps one.
You know they're going to, right?
I'm not doing it. I'll buy it just to have it, but I'm also going to buy the Marine Corps one probably. And I'm allowed to do that because I'm FMF. Yeah.
Oh, what is FMF again?
Fleet Marine Force.
Oh, cool.
So we just recently had the largest community meeting I've seen us have since we had community meetings. Like, we had like 150 people in there. They were using the new stage thing, so nobody could fucking talk unless they got permission. So it was actually nice. So you didn't have a million mics just going off and over. And there was a specific chat set up. So if you wanted to comment or ask a question or whatever, it'd be in the chat section for it. And you scroll. So the people that were talking would be able to see the chat and address things, but it didn't just sound horrendous.
Who was that? Like,
it was last Saturday.
was that? I know when it was, but was that? So was that? They basically did they mute everyone?
It's natural. So you have it to where certain people have permissions, and then you can give permission to other people, or like people can raise their hand to ask permission, like raise their hand to ask permission.
Point of personal privilege.
Kind of, yeah. I think they stole it from Microsoft Teams actually, because that's how Teams does everything.
Okay.
I know this just from the hospital. The Teams does that, and Discord, because they're marketing to other things other than gamers. Like, gaming is their primary basically, but they're marketing to businesses also to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one of the things that they've implemented for on the business side as appealing. But it also worked for us too. I mean, we didn't have to deal with a million mics going off. But the after action report is in the pinned barracks chat. So if you weren't able to attend a meeting, like, my partner over here, that the after action report's in the barracks.
Okay.
I'm going to leave the next one for the last part. So if you're looking to become a mod or a staff member, you can fill out the application that's posted in the announcements section.
I did. I filled mine out.
We'll see how it comes. Fantasy football starts on September 9th, $250 NFL Fantasy Survivor contest. I know nothing about football, so.
I really hope that hang on a second.
Actually, they're making it to where you don't have to really even know anything about football. They just want people to participate. So Candy Boiler, he's the one that's kind of heading up that because he's super smart and he's a sports nerd. Well, one of the last things, as we all know, the shit going down in Afghanistan and everything, a lot of guys are having some struggling issues. Our partner Stack Up is phenomenal. So they have a great mental health support program over there.
Yeah,
the Discord
they do.
is actually in our section for all the announcements and the partner area up and welcome. So they're actually phenomenal. It's already established. They've got someone to be able to reach out to. It's on Discord, and they're also gamer focused. I mean, it's veterans to veterans again. So I mean, social connection saves lives. So reach out to somebody. If you don't want to talk to any of us, reach out to Stack Up.
Especially nowadays with everything going on in Afghanistan, I know a lot of guys that are struggling.
Absolutely.
And it's a fucked up time right now. And you know, I wasn't there. So my emotions on the whole thing, I feel aren't warranted, but in a way are. And the only reason why I don't think it's not warranted, like I feel like I'm not allowed to have any kind of feeling of being upset with this whole thing.
Kinda. There's this thing that we dealt with for Irreverent Warriors after like the first year when I went to the first leadership conference where we revamped everything. We changed the logo, or not the logo, the motto and everything, the mission statement basically. And one of the guys there, he's no longer in leadership because he's got his own thing going on. He still goes to hikes and everything, but he had to step down from leadership. That he had only ever done one deployment, and it was a MU, so a Marine Expeditionary Unit. So he didn't get to do anything. Like, he didn't get to go combat or anything, and he always felt super guilty about that. And that's one of the big things that has been coming up nowadays. And even one of our top guys has talked about, because he had gotten out of the military just before 9/11 happened, and he couldn't get back in. So he always had that guilt of, like, he wanted to go and he couldn't, and then his service was during peacetime. So that's basically survivor guilt that a lot of people have is still legitimate. Like it's
even
still.
So what about for those of us that didn't get to go?
That's what I'm saying. That's basically what that is. Like that survivor guilt that you didn't do all these things, you didn't get to, and even though you may have wanted to, that it can be almost up to par of the level of distress because you didn't get to do it.
That makes sense, because a lot of times I'm finding myself really upset at the fact that I didn't get to go when they went, and I missed out. Like when I got to the unit that I was in, the 173rd, they were the most deployed unit in Afghanistan at the time. And when I got there, they were still in Afghanistan for about 3 months, and then they came back, and that was the last one they did. They were never going back to Afghanistan again. So I just kept wondering, like, what the fuck am I going to do now? Like, why? This is the whole reason why I joined. What's my purpose? And then it was fucked up, because I was over there for so long in that unit that guys that were on that deployment thought I was on that deployment with them.
I remember you said this before.
They would tell stories and like, oh, Higgins, you remember that, don't you? I'm like, I didn't go with you. And like, you were on that deployment, weren't you? And I was like, no. I said, I never got to deploy. I said, I've only ever done all this shit in the Baltics with you guys. Like, I was in the unit when you guys got back from before you got back from Afghanistan, and I missed out on that. And they were like, what the fuck? And I was like, I know. It sucks, because I have a buddy who was a medic, and he actually wrote a book that, he published a book, and I haven't read it yet, but a lot of people are saying it was a really good book, and I think it was called, I want to say, leaving the war early, or something like that. Basically what happened was, on that same deployment that I missed, he deployed with them, and he got wounded within the first month, not even. And he ended up having to come home. So he missed the whole deployment. And that fucks with him too, especially him, because he's a medic.
That's part of, now they've been, in the early part of the war, they were doing that.
Let me look this up. I want to find out the name of his book.
In the early part of the war, that was a very prevalent thing. And now they had, mental health wise, they had found that keeping them in the fight, or at least finishing out the mission as much as possible before sending them home, did significantly, those that were able to do that, or at least finish the deployment, did significantly better mentally when they got home versus the guys that had to get sent home early.
Yeah.
Or if they had to get sent out for something, to send them back to be able to at least finish out somehow. And they felt that much more accomplished than if they just got sent back.
Hang on, I'm trying to find...
Do we have a screen share for like the articles and everything, or is it just gonna be us reading the articles?
I have a screen share.
Ooh, look at that.
Oops, that's not what I want to do. There we go. All right, let's see. Let me find. That's him right there.
I just want to clarify that he was a medic and not a corpsman.
Yeah, he was an army medic.
Very distinctual.
Tyler
difference.
Carroll. He was a medic. He was in dog company with me. Like he was over there. Let's see. Born in the military, reluctantly enlisted and failed attempt at college after being a medic in the U.S. Army. Has since obtained a bachelor's degree in business. He owns this company, Dead Reckoning Collective, and pretty much what it is.
Looked into college.
Dead Reckoning Collective. It's a veteran organization where veterans all write books, and he puts them out.
I hate writing.
It's not for everyone. Let me see if I can find his book.
I hate writing evals and awards. Honestly,
Everyone hates that. You're not the only one. Evals and shit. I didn't want to.
it's mostly my own, but I also hate writing it for other people because I'm not a good writer, and it takes me a long fucking time just to do one. It's not a natural thing for me. It's I.R. Corman.
All right, hang on. Let me see.
We're just gonna have that dead air.
No, we're not having dead air. I'm sorry.
Oh, while you're looking that up, from not last week's, 2 weeks episode, last episode, but 2 weeks ago's episode, you wanted to hear this host story, which I can't believe I haven't told you about this before. But the name is going to be You Are Not the Father.
Oh yeah, I finished the episode yesterday, and I was very I was like, oh yeah, I remember this. I remember you talking about the chick with the multiple personality disorder, and she thought you were the kid, or your kid's dad.
Well, I thought she fucking knew. We'll get to that later.
I'm still trying to find.
I can't believe I haven't told you that story, though. How have I not talked about this before?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Like, hey, what are our plays at, by the way?
For that one, it's like 45. Nice.
That's good. That's a good one.
Nice.
We're at 45 plays for this one?
Yeah. I mean, a lot of them are me.
Have you, like, played it 20 times or something?
So he wrote a book. Basically, it was all poetry.
That's the
Well, he basically what it was like. He wrote this book based on. Hey, don't knock his fucking shit.
No, I just don't like poetry.
I know you don't. You don't like anything.
It's not true. I'm not a poetry guy.
His book was basically about missing out. And parts of this book the first ever book that he wrote was about missing out, like, of the rest of the deployment. And it actually had me thinking, I'm like, is that what I'm feeling? Like the feeling of guilt from missing out. Like I didn't get to do it. And that's the other thing that sucks about about why I feel the way I do about Afghanistan is because I feel for my brothers and sisters and my friends that all went, and the friends that I know that didn't make it back. And it's just like, I have all these mixed feelings about the situation because all these places that I've ever heard stories from, and all I knew of our foothold here and everything, in that whole aspect, but I wasn't there for it.
Mm.
And it's weird that I have this indirect connection with Afghanistan through my time in the Army with all the, my buddies' experiences. And they all say, like, hey, man, war's not all glorious, and I understand that. Like, I understand that it's not all that it's cracked up to be. But also at the same time, it's like I missed out on a lot, I missed out on a lot of, experiences and a lot of brotherhood that I didn't get out of, going over there. And one of the biggest issues that I struggle with is seeing how everything's unfolding, and it's a double-edged sword. I got a feeling of guilt for not going,
Mm-hmm.
and I got a feeling of relief for not going. because how would this whole situation affect me if I did?
Yeah, and it's almost, it can also compound the guilt, because then you can feel guilty for having that relief of not going.
That's the other thing. You know, I have a lot of buddies of mine that did go. They'd be like, "Hey, man, it's probably better for you that you didn't."
They're happy that we didn't go.
Yeah, they're happy for us for not going, but it's also funny that when you're in and you don't go, they
Yeah.
give you so much they bust your balls.
Boot.
They bust your balls so much. And it sucks because I feel like I'm not allowed to have an opinion because I didn't get to go. Like I'm not allowed to I feel like I'm not allowed to feel the way I feel because I didn't get to go. And it's like that's why one of the reasons why I don't talk about any of it, because I don't feel like I have a say.
And
I don't feel like I'm allowed to feel the same way that these guys do.
That's one of the things I loved about when I first joined IW, because that was, at least until that meeting, that leadership conference. That leadership conference will forever be, nothing will ever be like it. None of the other leadership conferences have been the same. Like, they're all magical, but this one had like an elevated magic just because it was smaller, and it was the first one. It was amazing. And like, we had a campfire, we'd all talk shit around it, tell these stories. And that was one of the first times that I truly heard other people go so in depth about that type of thing. And then I knew from that point on, at least within IW, because it's all vets, anyone that's ever military, some way, shape, or form, that they can actually talk about that and feel comfortable, and they'll find other people like that.
My whole thing, I also feel shame.
Yeah.
I feel shame for the fact that I didn't get to do it. And it's stupid in a way, because I'm like, why? Because
it's not even our fault.
It's not our fault it's not my fault that I didn't get to go, but I feel shame because it pisses me off when that's why that E8 that I was that I dealt with when I was in the National Guard, that was actively avoiding deployments. And then here's me, I missed out because that was just the way the cards lied for me. And then here's this fucker, 15 years in the Army, actively running from them. And it pissed me off because I'm like, you could have and you didn't. And I wish I could have.
That's one of the reasons when people ask me about like my deployments or like my last quote unquote deployment, the way I say it the way that I do is because I feel like it makes me sound a way that it's not. Like when I say deployment and I'm referring to fucking Gitmo.
Yeah.
Like other people, when they hear deployment without knowing the context of it, they're like, "Oh, that's all. Thank you."
Oh, what province were you in?
Like,
and
shit. To me, I'm like, I'll either air quote I was on deployment, or in reality, I just say I was on an extended vacation.
That's why I hate being thanked for my service. I'm like,
you're welcome.
I was like, no, I say thank you for the support, and in my mind, I'm like, why are you thanking me? All I did was jerk off, go to the gym, and play video games, and
like
drink a lot. That's
Talladega Nights thing. I was like, I don't know what to do with my hands.
I don't know what to do with my hands. Yeah, it's, back to the whole thing with Stack Up.
They're awesome.
All of our organizations are awesome. The Regiment, Irreverent Warriors, Stack Up, all these guys, they all have the same mission. And
the reason I think Stack Up though is because they actually have a established, legitimate mental health support versus just like me and you bullshitting talking.
Right.
There's only so much that we're able to do, and honestly, even legally, that I know the aspect of working within IW, and then as a mental health professional myself, limits.
Yeah,
we've got limits, and they're able and they're capable to do more than what we can.
Yeah. Okay, so let's what's after Stack Up? What else we have? Oh, we already talked about the becoming a mod.
Yeah. I just wanted to leave that one as the last one, basically.
Yeah. I submitted. When do we hear back from this?
I think they're just going through all the applications because it's only.
How many are they picking?
I have no idea. Because I think there's other staff positions that they're looking for, like actual staff positions.
Yeah.
And then the
That
mod
I
position
can
too.
that I can say I can't do. And the only reason why I can't do is because I've been actively trying to be in the Discord more. I'm sure you've noticed.
Yeah.
And it's not even just our Discord that I'm more actively in. I'm been this whole past week active in so many different Discords because I'm trying to expand my networking.
Mm.
But I'm also trying to be more active in the Regiment Discord so that I can be a mod.
Yeah.
So I can keep up on things. And then even more so, I think I started being more active in Regiment Discord with the whole thing in Afghanistan. That's when I started becoming more active in it. Same with the Irreverent Warriors. By the way, why am I not able to go into the military-only chat in Irreverent Warriors?
You should be able to. I have it set to.
It says I'm not allowed. I'm not allowed to.
I'll have to
Says I have
look
no.
at
I have no permission to post in there.
Maybe that's why it's an empty chat. I'll have to look at it because I have it set to where if you have a branch role, those are the people that have access.
Yeah, no. I have a branch role and I have a veteran role, and
it's only the branch roles. Only the branch roles have access to it.
Well, I have you.
Yeah, you got the army role.
I've got the army role, but I can't access the chat.
I'll have to look at the settings.
Some people can.
That's
I
weird.
can't.
I'll have to look at some of the settings.
I forgot to text you about that earlier. I'm like, why can't I talk in the military only chat?
Nobody has though, and that might be why.
That's probably why.
Yeah, there are. It's very. I should have made it to where you had to react to a role before you could do anything in the server, because so many people don't read and they don't have a role yet.
See, I did like every role, but I still can't access certain things.
No, I mean before. So you see, anyone that has a white name hasn't reacted to a role.
Oh, really?
They don't have a branch.
What color are the names in Regiment that are moderators? It's just green?
Green, yeah, because it's the green weenie.
Okay. So
That was
who's
my
red?
idea. Red is the actual staff. So they're technically mods too, but they're the staff members. So like Chris, Ben's, Woven, like
And
he's
orange
the VA rep.
and like the yellowish orange is like just regular verified guys.
The yellow, there's one that's like the blood red one is the staff, and there's a reddish one that's Marines.
Okay. The darker red one is staff and the lighter red one is Marines.
Yeah, for sure.
Why did the Marines get one? Oh, you know what? I think gold is Army.
I think so.
Blue is probably Navy or Air Force.
Blue is Navy. I can't remember what Air Force is. I'd have to look. I think Space Force is like pink or some shit.
And there is no pink in Regiment.
Yes,
None.
there is. There are 4 members. There are 4 Space Force members in
You're
Regiment.
kidding me.
No. And one of them does talk frequently.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not expect
Because
that.
I tagged him in a conversation the other day. I was like, bro, teach me your secrets. Let me get in. Tell me how to get in.
Getting into the Space Force?
Like, let me in the club.
I want to go to orbit.
I want
to go to space.
I want to do Guardian things. I want to guard the galaxy.
All right, guys. So let's talk about the topics. So there's a couple of Activision topics, but there's also a lot of really good ones. So we got California has expanded the Activision lawsuit after HR was caught destroying evidence.
I just think of SpongeBob's brain when he's going around just burning shit and like shredding documents and shit.
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city, or whatever the fuck. And then the whole city.
When his brain is freaking out and it's the office, everything's burning.
I forgot that. Alicia would know
It's a
that
great,
episode
it's a
more
great
than I would.
episode. It's hilarious. That's exactly how I picture it.
But so anyway, by the way, they're being accused, and I should have reworded this. They were being accused of shredding documents.
Correct.
Not confirmed that they did.
They're also being accused of holding employees from being able to talk through NDAs.
Oh yeah, I heard about that one. Which this whole accusation.
That's a legal mess because an NDA is a legitimate thing.
Yes.
But they're also like you're holding them from talking about shit because of an NDA specifically for this. Like that's a legal nightmare.
I'm sure it is, but you know what's not a legal nightmare if they actually were shredding documents.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That is 100% illegal because they were doing it while the lawsuit was currently active.
The crazy thing is it's going to be so hard to prove, and especially if they use cross-thread shredders, they'll never be able to put the documents together.
No, because everything's in small squares, so
it's like it's snow basically.
Yes.
It's
that is going to be if they could prove this.
It's gonna be hard.
but if they
gonna be
do
hard.
prove this, Activision's fucked. Activision's going to be in so much legal shit for this.
Probably.
Which is this is shit like this is why I don't understand why people are supporting the next Call of Duty.
Because they don't see it as
Their problem.
no, it's kind of, but I don't think they see it as the overall company itself. It's just a game to them.
I know, and I hate that because it's so stupid. Why?
To me,
let me
though,
put it in perspective like this.
well, also to me, it's also not fair to the good ones that are within the company. So, like, I see both sides of it. So, there are a lot of good people in the company, especially the devs, that
Need the support.
aren't that aren't those assholes that are gonna need the support of the game.
They're basically under the thumb of corporate.
Yeah, and as much as we hate the top guys, I don't think it's truly fair to the 80% of the people in the company that aren't those fucking dicks that are just working on the fucking game.
Yeah.
Now, buying shit from the store, that's one thing I will not support.
No, yeah, absolutely.
If I just buy the game itself, then I'm fine with that. I'm probably not going to buy this game, at least not initially. If it actually comes out and a lot of people are playing it and like it looks good from gameplay, I'll buy it eventually. But upon release, I'm not buying it.
I'm not buying it at all. I'm
not gonna say I won't, but
I've got other shit that I've been enjoying, like Splitgate, Battlefield, Destiny 2 is now crossplay, and a new expansion's out.
And there's Godfall. Just saying,
I'll consider it. Shut the fuck up about Godfall.
it's pretty glorious.
So,
Nothing got it.
And more Activision Blizzard news. Blizzard renames Overwatch character amid the lawsuit.
Fucking stupid.
What was this fucker's name?
This is god damn it! I literally just
something
saw
McCree.
it.
Jesse McCree.
It's McCree. It's just McCree because it was named after the dude. Yeah,
Yeah, McCree.
I think this is
Jesse McCree.
That's just fucking stupid. That's just virtue signaling, and people are being stupid. I understand.
Yeah,
where they're trying to say about it, but like, this is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, to a point. I mean,
I think this part is to where you're changing a. This is technically this could be the same as renaming Fort Benning.
yeah. Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter.
But you're comparing a video game character that is based off of the guy versus an established historical base that they're only changing the name because the guy was a Confederate officer.
The only difference is quote unquote history because it was a long time ago.
Not even just that. You're talking about Civil War history.
No, I get you. It's
versus
the same premise.
a video game developer that was accused of sexually assaulting people.
You got to look at the basic principle of it. It's the same.
To a point.
It's ridiculous.
To a point. It's the same to a point. I don't think it's the same.
It's ridiculous. When you break it down to the principle of it and the reasoning behind it, when you take out the opinion versus what it's about, it's the same thing.
We'll get into this discussion more when we get to it. So Dr. Disrespect is suing the fuck out of Twitch, as he says.
I thought he already was, honestly. I really did.
That's what he was saying early on.
That's what he said like last year.
Yeah. That's when this whole thing happened. He was talking about how he was going to sue Twitch. But now he's saying that he does know what. At the time he was suing Twitch. He was looking into suing Twitch because at that time when he mentioned the lawsuit.
But he also said he didn't. He didn't know.
But now he claims that he does know.
And he said he's known for a couple months.
I'm going to tell you guys this right now. He never says why.
Yeah. Don't get
so if you're
getting
your hopes up that we're about to reveal why, we're not.
Can you imagine if we were the podcast that fucking revealed that shit?
What, to all 20 people listening?
Well, I think we would naturally blow up though.
If we were the first ones to find out?
Yeah. Imagine.
Well, we were the first ones to talk about Anthem. Or not Anthem, Apex, and that didn't blow up.
I don't know. I feel like this has more traction, though, because everyone wants to know. When it's drama, people want to know.
Yeah, everyone's attracted to drama.
It's human nature.
And he doesn't disclose why because of legal reasons. Yeah, obviously, there's an active lawsuit.
It's probably an NDA.
No, I don't think it's an NDA. I think it's just one of those legal things where it could fuck up the whole case for him if he brings it up.
Not in his favor.
Battlefield 2042. We got some news on that. Allegedly, there are a ton of hacks on sale months before the release, and I'm not sure how good or bad that or how reliable this whole thing is. It's mostly actually no, it is reliable because if you go onto the hack site, there's a ton of fucking hacks available for it. So we will see. Apparently, there's allegedly going to be a huge surge of hackers in 2042 at launch.
I think it's bullshit.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that we can really do.
I already see footage of Battlefield 5 and Battlefield 1 with like hacking footage.
Yeah, but those are older games. They don't really have as much support anymore.
Battlefield 5 is only a couple years old.
Yeah, but they stopped fucking support for that last year.
Yeah.
They stopped support for that very, very quickly because when they saw their player number was plummeting, the developers were even like, "We're not a fan of this game."
No.
And I remember they actually put out an article for it when they were like, "This is going to be our last update," and that's all we're going to get.
I know everyone was really hoping to get, more of like Normandy and all that crazy shit, and that ended up never happening.
They dropped one last major update for it, and that was it. They dropped support.
That was one thing I noticed about Battlefield 5 that didn't make sense to me. When it came to the Allied nations, there were no Americans at launch. The only time that you ever saw American soldiers in Battlefield 5 was for the Pacific update.
I don't remember. I really don't.
I remember this because I remember I had it and I played it, and I said, "There's really no like U.S." It was all about like the start of World War II. U.S. I understand came in near the end.
I don't think I paid attention to the character aspect of it. Like
it was
that.
Well, faction wise, even in multiplayer, there was no American faction. It was all other Allied countries and the Germans and all that shit.
I don't think I paid attention to that aspect.
They didn't add
gameplay.
American troops until they did the Pacific Theater DLC.
Makes sense.
So it was just everyone's like, "What the hell? Why is there?"
The Pacific one was one of their best ones, honestly.
It was because the Pacific Theater was fucking horrendous, in the fact of it was just insanely violent fighting against the Japanese. But you also had the very prominent, like you had Normandy, Omaha, and
I just think of Peyton Manning and everything every time I hear Omaha.
I'm sure you do. So World of Warships, basically it's a wargaming. It's made by Wargaming.
It's actually pretty cool. Have you ever seen gameplay of it?
I have. I used to play World of Tanks a lot.
I don't like that one. World of Warships.
World of Warships,
cool.
I never got because at launch it was PC only, and they didn't add consoles for a couple years.
Because I see my friend do it all the time, and it's probably cliche because I'm in the Navy, but it actually looks pretty badass.
It does, and me and Van Horn, we were gonna get it because we played World of Tanks a lot, and I'm like, oh shit, World of Warships? Can you imagine playing as a battleship and you guys are just like it's all naval warfare and airplanes? I think
pretty cool.
It looked amazing when I saw the trailer, but the problem was it wasn't out for console; it was only out for PC.
Is it crossplay?
Now it is, I think. It is. World of Tanks is now crossplay too. It's been crossplay for about a year now.
Okay. Because Destiny just became crossplay.
Yeah, it did with a new update. But the issue with World of Warships, and I remember this in World of Tanks, because it was a free-to-play game, so it had a lot of fucking monetization schemes in it for premium currency, and like there was like 5 different types of currency. And the worst thing about it was that the fact that the premium currency and your normal currency was expended after each match. So
what?
if you
didn't use it?
If you didn't use it, it wouldn't. But the rounds that you fired, you had to buy more rounds with the currency that you earned at the match. And if you lost a match, you lost currency too. Not the premium currency, but the standard currency that you earned in gameplay. If you lost a match or you performed badly, it would take money from you. So it was incentivizing you to buy more.
Nah, fuck that.
Because you could earn by grinding, or you can spend money and get packs that gave you large amounts of in-game currency. Well, World of Warships had a huge loot box thing, and this involves adding a ship that everyone wanted. It was like the USS Missouri.
Okay, that's recent too.
And they added this ship, about a year ago, but there was a lot of bugs with it that was making balancing issues like fucked up. and it was causing like issues in the game, they took it out.
This is the recent one, right? The recent edition.
The recent edition, yeah. So they added the USS Missouri, took it out, and for about a year, it wasn't there, it wasn't available. But now they brought it back and they put it in loot boxes. So you can't just buy the ship; you got to earn it in loot boxes.
Of course.
And because of that, there's been a mass exodus of the premium players, like their content creators and stuff.
I don't blame them.
Have said,
Fuck it.
it was some of them even said it's been a good run, but I'm out. Like straight up said it just like that.
I don't think there's been an episode that I've been on
That doesn't talk about loot boxes.
that hasn't been a loot box topic.
Yeah, I know.
That's how ridiculous this shit is.
I know. So another Skyrim remaster is coming.
However, I'm surprised it's not EA.
What? World Warships?
Well, no, the loot box. Usually the loot box topic is tied to EA.
It usually is, yeah, but this time it's not. So we're going to talk about another Skyrim remaster. This one comes with the next-gen upgrade for consoles and a bunch of other content and shit.
But where's the next game, though?
It's... There's been more There's been more versions of Skyrim than I can even count.
It goes all the way back
I don't
to
think
PS2,
I've ever seen...
doesn't it?
No, PS3.
Was it PS3?
Because it came out in 2011.
Was it? Okay.
So for the 10-year anniversary in 2021, it's going to come out 11/11/21. They're releasing
Veterans Day?
11/11, November 11th is. Oh yeah, it is coming out Veterans Day. So it's going to have a next-gen upgrade, but the caveat on this one, which I forgot to add to this, it's not going to be a free next-gen upgrade unless you already own, like the top-tier versions of the game. So if you own the base game, you're going to have to pay for the next-gen upgrade.
That's how all of them are doing it, though. Because if you just buy the base...
I get that.
Yeah.
For games that are coming out on PS4 and PS5, but this is a 10-year-old game.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
You really want to spend... I bought the game. I've had the game for 10... You're going to... you're really going to make me pay... I don't even know how much it is yet. We're going to look at the article. But you're going to really make me pay again to fucking get it for PS5 now?
I like how we don't usually read the whole article of these until we're here. So some of our reactions are fully genuine.
Yeah, that's why I do it like that.
Like when I send you topics, half the time I don't truly read the article.
No, you just
I just send you
the title. Yeah.
The title. I'll look a little bit just to see the legitimacy of it, or like if it's
that's
worth
what
it.
I do too. Like I'll look to see if maybe it's just like a debated headline.
Yeah.
To make sure that we weren't it's not just a clickbaity headline and like there's really nothing there to talk about.
Oh, sorry guys.
That's why, because there has been a few episodes where I've done that, where I'm like, oh fuck, and then I talk about it. I'm like, this is a fucking clickbait headline. This isn't really how it is.
We've had one of those.
We have.
I think it was back when we were on the couch.
And that's why, depending on what it is, I'll read a little bit more into it. And that's why I watch YouTube videos. The YouTube content creators, they filter through the clickbaity topics and make content off of the ones that aren't clickbait.
And then they make their own clickbait.
And they make they make their own clickbait title, but
irony.
There's a lot more substance in that article versus like a clickbait title with nothing in it. That's worth talking about because it's like, oh, it's just an alleged. Like no one is confirmed with this. So Vanguard closed alpha was live, and it did not get very well received.
It's not that great. I watched the Exclusive Aces video on it, and he gave a breakdown of the stuff that he liked and the stuff that he didn't like and wants to see improved. And the stuff that he did like was a lot shorter of a list, for sure.
Color me shocked.
I know. Right?
If you listen to the last episode, or any episode before that, anytime I've ever talked about Vanguard, I remember this saying, you're not going to like this game. They're not going to do anything different. It's going to be a bunch of shit. You're going to get it. It's going to suck.
They're doing a lot of things kind of different.
And I get it. This is just the closed alpha. There's a lot of texturing that needs to be fixed and stuff, and graphical upgrades that are going to be done before launch. At the same time, at its core, I'm sure the game is going to be just the same cookie cutter bullshit.
I think
they're
trying to be Battlefield right now.
I'm sure they are.
With a lot of the shit, all that shit that they've talked about is going to be in the game before even the gameplay has come out. I'm like, they're just trying to be Battlefield.
They are trying to be Battlefield, and that's because the competition is back.
Yeah, they're about to.
They got to make a change.
The fact, I don't know how they're thinking that Battlefield literally took an extra year off of releasing a game to be able to put out a quality game. And COD refuses to do that.
Oh, I know.
They will not take an extra year to put into, and they have 3 fucking developers. They won't take well, 4 technically, but they won't take an extra year to make sure a game is quality ever, really. Because I mean, DICE had they had the 2-year rotation, so that was one thing that kind of always had them behind COD was every year versus DICE was 2 years, and then when DICE didn't come out with anything else next year, and they had basically said like nothing's coming out this year. We're taking an extra year to put more development into this.
It was needed. It was
absolutely,
needed.
But the fact that they did that and went out to say that is going to put them.
Look at
years
Hardline.
ahead.
Hardline is an example of why doing the every year model doesn't work for Battlefield.
Yeah, that was fucking. Yeah, I don't like talking
because
about
when they dropped Hardline, it was Battlefield 4, and then the year later they dropped Hardline, and then they actually took a couple year break from Battlefield after that one. Battlefield 1,
natural 2-year break, yeah.
It was like an actual 2-year break, and then Battlefield 1 came out, and then
which was amazing.
It was good. Yeah, a lot of people don't like it, but I mean, I get it. It's not their.
The reason most people don't like it is because it is more casual than like Battlefield 4.
Yeah. So our last topic, which is a fucking hilarious one in my opinion.
What is it with this dude?
I don't know.
He
tries
to make his own system.
He's tried this twice, by the way. The new console thing. His own, actually 3 times. He comes out and he's charging like $300 some, and it's an emulator. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That he slapped his graphics on.
And now he's just like, I own this company.
So this one wasn't an emulator that he was doing, but we'll talk about his emulators in a minute. Soulja Boy claims to own Atari, or claimed to have owned Atari, and then Atari shut that claim down. And the funny and basically where he got the idea is that he thought he owned $140 million in shares.
Okay.
So he said, I'm the highest shareholder of this company. I own the company. And Atari was like, nah, dog, you don't. This guy owns the company.
See, I hate the articles that will lead like that. Because when you give it more...
Well, it's not wrong. He claims to own Atari.
You know what I mean? But when you put it like that...
I'll show you his rant video.
To me, that I see that as someone literally just going out and be like, yo, I fucking own Atari.
I'll show you the rant video that he said in the response when Atari said, no, you don't.
But when you say, like, you put a number to it, like, I own this many shares, and if you legitimately think that that's the highest share holding... it puts more context to it.
Come to find out, he didn't own $140 million in shares. He owned something else. We'll talk about it.
Did he actually own any shares?
It wasn't exactly shares.
Oh, okay.
We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay.
Interesting.
So, all right.
Stay tuned.
Before we continue, I have to take a piss.
How do we pause?
We don't.
Oh, I'm just gonna sit here.
You're gonna sit here, and then once we get back at it, I'm gonna actually just cut that part out. What? All right, I'm going to piss. What's going on, guys? Brock here. I just wanted to give a shout out real quick to Regiment. Regiment is one of the largest veteran gaming organizations out there right now. So if you're a veteran, you're in the right place. Go ahead and join Regiment. Regiment's the largest Discord right now for veterans, and it's not even just about gaming. It's about community and brotherhood. Especially now, it's been a tough time for a lot of guys, and I'd love to see you guys join that up. They're partnered with G Fuel, Gamer Advantage Glasses, and more. They do charities with Shellback Tech, a company that makes PCs for disabled veterans to donate. Another charity they did was for the USO. We helped the USO raise about $50,000, giving back to those that gave to us. So go ahead, check them out, Regiment GG on Twitter, and go ahead and look it up on Discord. So I hope to see you guys there, and thanks again for watching. I'm back.
I guess.
Alicia only made a half a pot of coffee.
It's depressing.
Well, her logic behind it was, well, we don't drink the whole pot. We're wasting coffee. And I'm like, babe.
It's not like coffee.
Well, first off, she's like, why do you make a full pot? I'm like, because
it's not caviar.
Well, for you and for me. Like, I drink like 2 or 3 cups, and You drink whatever? She's like, I only have one. I was like, okay. Have one.
Have you ever microwave coffee?
Yeah.
It's the same.
Not when it's I don't like coffee that's been sitting for a day and then heating it up. Like, I don't want to drink yesterday morning's coffee this morning. That's fucking nasty.
That's not. I meant if it was cold and it was.
Because like my coffee pot shuts itself off after a couple hours, maybe an hour. So it shuts itself off. So I have to heat up the coffee that's in there if I'm still drinking it a couple hours later. But like,
in reality,
she only drinks like one cup.
But even if you waste, quote unquote, waste coffee, it's not. Coffee's fucking cheap.
Yeah, it is cheap. But
Like,
her logic behind the whole thing.
Do you start your morning with Folgers in your cup?
No, she hates Folgers. She actually made fun of me for having Folgers.
Most coffee tastes the same to me, honestly.
That's what I said.
Like, if it has
She's
a little
like,
bit of
why
a
would
flavor
you?
to it,
She's like, why do you have
okay.
shitty coffee? I'm like, it's Folgers. And she's like, yeah, that's shitty coffee.
Coffee is coffee. If it has if it's like vanilla, something like that, like that's I can understand. There's a little bit of a different taste.
Not for her. It doesn't have a different taste. All it is just normal coffee that she prefers. She can taste the difference apparently. But I'm like, hey, coffee's coffee to me. Whatever one you want to get, I'm cool with it.
Plus, I put creamer in mine, and
so do I. I put cream and
tastes...
sugar in mine, or I put like whatever. If I have like a different flavor, like Irish cream, if I have like a specific flavored creamer,
it tastes like the creamer.
It's like I don't need like extra cool flavored coffee, only because I use creamer that flavors my coffee anyway.
Does she drink it black?
No.
What the fuck? I don't understand.
She doesn't even put sugar. She just puts like half and half. She frosts the half and half and puts it in.
Most of the time you don't need sugar.
She drinks it like an espresso. Even though it's not an espresso.
I want to try the Black Rifle 300.
I've had Black Rifle. It's pretty good.
Have you had the 300?
What is up with Black Rifle getting like canceled? Why are people like shitting on Black Rifle right now?
You've got to listen to the Joe Rogan podcast with Evan Schaefer. The guy the co-owner of Black Rifle.
And he talks about it?
Yeah, he talks about it. Because it's fucking stupid.
I knew it came from the whole, started off with that Kyle Rittenhouse kid.
It's stupid.
Because he was wearing a Black Rifle shirt and everyone's just like, oh, it makes sense. And then they took away, they basically denounced him.
It's the same thing that happened to Grunt Style.
What happened with Grunt Style?
We talked about it before. Like, Grunt Style gets associated with
bro
the
vets?
fucking bro vets.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in reality, that's not them.
No.
It's just those dudes that wear those shirts. So it's in a short explanation that's very similar to that.
I have my own opinions of Kyle Rittenhouse, and I don't want to
I don't even know what the full situation. I don't remember the full situation because he talked about it, but I don't remember the full situation. It was basically just the explanation of what was going on. Like,
I can talk.
Yeah, he had a shirt, but that doesn't mean we fucking.
So my opinion on Kyle Rittenhouse, he's just a dumb kid. My opinion on what happened in Kenosha is a whole nother story. Because I don't like talking about this on this podcast.
So don't. I was just explaining the most basic way.
I know, but as soon as I start talking about the situation, I immediately want to start talking about it.
Don't.
And I'm not going to.
That's
because
that's how it was, though.
A lot of people are giving their opinions on it, and they don't live here. By the way, if you don't know, I live in Kenosha where that whole thing happened. And that shit happened less than a mile from my house. Like, the riots, the shootings, all happened up the road from me. So, and I know one of the guys that got killed.
Moving on. I'm doing this for you.
Yeah, we'll move on. So, let's talk about the... All right, let's talk about the Activision Blizzard accused of shredding evidence of abuse. All right, let's...
Accusations.
So...
we need a Jamie, man. I'm telling you, we need a Jamie.
I don't know. I switched over scenes. I switched scenes pretty good. I got hotkeys.
I know. I just think it would be cool to have a Jamie.
Oh, it would be. Yeah, fucking...
Like, he's never on camera. You just hear him on microphone.
Shit like this is kind of why I wanted to have a desk right there. I want a desk right there for the guest, for a third guest or for a person to take control of like
Just this.
Oh. So I don't have to worry about it.
But they can do like research while we're doing something. They can pull something up randomly.
I know.
Like, glorious.
Anyway, so
So is it on the screen for the people now?
Yep. Yeah, everyone can see it.
Hey.
So as the lawsuit against Activision Blizzard keeps going, the state of California has now expanded the lawsuit to include treatment of temporary workers as well, so contractors. Activision Blizzard has been accused of hiring contract workers to get around paying out benefits alongside offering very long hours and low pay. Now, before we go on, I do remember this whole situation from about 2 years ago.
Hey, write down the time that we're at too, so you know the edit points.
Oh, good
Like
point.
close
good
to
point.
the edit points.
I actually thought about that, and
Yeah.
I don't. Oh, fucking Alicia, you're the best. I love the fact that you have a journal. Because now I have pens. Let's see. What was this? What was the time point? Let's put 15 minutes.
And it'll be close to that time. Anyways, what were you saying?
All right. Anyway, so back in 2019, when Activision laid off like 800 people,
They did this last year too.
they did.
Or no,
they
this
did-
year.
They did do it this year, but there was a bigger one that they did a couple years ago, and most of them were contractors. And here's how it works for contractors.
I bet it's tied.
I'm sure it is. I would not be surprised if it was. So how it works for the contractors is that you got these contractors or these temp workers that come in, and they are coming in for the prospects of getting hired on as a full-time Activision employee through development. Now, a lot of these guys do like quality control, Q&A. Oh wait, that is quality control.
Quality assurance.
These guys do a lot of Q&A stuff, testing, all this shit, and with that goes in ties with the development. And Activision uses them as an outsource so that they can keep like the big people, like the developers, on their payroll. And then they can just lay off these contractors and then start anew and just rinse and repeat. Like it's almost the same with construction. Like
And they don't have to pay them benefits.
they don't have to give them benefits. All their benefits comes through whoever their contract is through. Or not through. Let's say they're a union, like their benefits go
Well,
through
there's
the
usually
union.
contract companies out there.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of unions for the gaming world. Most of these contractors are just people
Because
that
it's not blue collar.
they come through an agency. They're like a temp agency, and they're contracted through the temp agency.
But it's because it's not most unions are for blue collar type stuff.
Yes. So
Or federal stuff.
there came out news that contractors were treated differently and segregated versus Activision employees. They weren't allowed to eat in the same room as them, like in the same break room. They weren't like, I guess they were, but they weren't allowed to eat, like, let's say there was catering. They were not allowed to eat the catered food until after Activision employees were done with the catered food. So they got last dibs. They weren't even allowed to park in the Activision parking lot. They had to park wherever the fuck else and walk to the building, walk to the facility.
Interesting.
They weren't. It was basically like straight up segregation. Like contracted employees were not allowed to associate with Activision employees. You weren't allowed to like really intermingle with them in the workplace. You weren't allowed to do this, and this.
So-
And this is coming from the contractors. This was like, and Activision obviously shut that whole tried shutting that whole thing down.
In some ways, that could be appropriate because if you're not a part of the overall company, some of that is due to like maybe company secrets or like gaming stuff. They don't want
In that
stuff getting
aspect,
leaked.
I can understand. Here's what.
And to keep them separate to minimize that as much as possible. When you look at it on the surface, you're like, this is bullshit. But if you look, I'm not saying this is the reason, but if that were one of the reasons that they would do that, it would make a lot more sense.
That would make sense. The other shit doesn't. So let's say, like I said before, these contractors are coming in hopes of becoming Activision employees.
Yeah.
Why would you keep them away from the Activision employees? Let's say they're trying to build a rapport, they're trying to showcase what they can and can't do, and they're trying to or showcase what they can do, what they bring to the table, and potentially could be hired on as full time. If you keep them separated, you're never going to be able to assess that.
I know.
So
It's like the convoluted complicatedness of it.
yeah. So let's continue on. So they also accuse him not cooperating with the investigation.
Shocking.
With the hiring of Wilmer Hale, a union-busting law firm, and their aggressive NDA agreements as examples. Furthermore, it's alleged that Activision Blizzard has actively had employees in human resources destroy documents that could be helpful in the investigation.
That just goes to show more about human resources is not for the person. It's for the company.
So this is coming from Megan Farrow-Kamenesh. Amendments have been made in the Activision Blizzard lawsuit, which now includes references, contract workers, and claims HR shredded documents related to investigations and complaints. The DFEH also says Activision Blizzard has stymied its efforts through NDAs requiring employees to speak with the company ahead of contacting the DFEH, and involvement with Wilmer Hale, a law firm game maker that said will investigate misconduct issues.
Stymied,
whatever.
What's the DFEH again?
The base as the whoever's fucking the association with California that's suing.
I think it's the Department Free Labor, something like that. I can't remember.
The suit claims that it directly interferes with the DFEH's ability to investigate, prosecute, and remedy workplace discrimination and harassment violations on behalf of employees and
fair and
contingent
equal employment.
or temporary workers. Can you see this? It alleges in part that documents related to investigations and complaints were shredded by HR in violation of what asserts the game company's legal obligation to retain them in pending investigations. In a statement made to Kotaku, spokesperson over at Activision Blizzard spoke out about the expansion of the lawsuit. In the statement, they talked about making certain changes to keep the workplace safe for every employee, such as high-level personnel changes, greater transparency, pay equality, expanded and improved training for HR staff, and more. I'm going to go ahead and say that's bullshit.
Probably.
They literally are saying, we are making changes. Let's see what they say. Yeah, they're making certain changes to keep the workplace safe for every employee, such as high-level personnel changes, greater transparency on pay equality, expanded and improved training for HR staff, and more. You know why that's bullshit? Because J. Allen Brack was pretty much the only high-up guy that was gotten rid of. HR...
And that's what we had to say about that.
That fucking HR chick that worked for the White House that posted about whistleblowing and shit.
Yeah.
She's still there.
I thought she was gone.
No, she's still there.
Oh, no, her Twitter is gone.
Twitter's gone.
That's right.
She's still there. Bobby Kotick, still there.
He's never gone.
He's never going away unless someone kills him or he dies of a heart attack. Anyway, but
he's like almost untouchable.
They haven't the changes that they've made in the workplace is they used J. Allen Brack, even though granted he wasn't the best, but he has almost no influence for Activision. He's the president of Blizzard.
Well, I mean, they're one and the same though.
They are one and the same, but Bobby Kotick has more influence than fucking J. Allen Brack does.
That's because he's head of
exactly
of everything.
And there's more executives at Activision that have more fucking pull than J. Allen Brack does. They just used him as like a way of saying we're making changes.
Yeah.
High up.
Well, he stepped down on his own, didn't he?
More or less.
Relatively, but he wasn't removed, is what I'm saying.
Pretty
at the time.
much. I think it was more of like they flushed him out.
Preceding being removed, probably. But
it was more of like they flushed him out.
Kind of.
It's fucking Activision. Anyway, continuing. So they also made a small statement about the diversity within the company and their efforts to celebrate diverse talent. We strive to be a company that recognizes, celebrates, and the diverse talents and perspectives that lead with the creation of great, globally appealing entertainment. We have provided the DFEH with clear evidence that we do not have gender pay promotion disparities. Our senior leadership is increasingly diverse, with a growing number of women in key leadership across the company.
I hate reading professionally worded shit.
So do I, because it's all PR.
It's all double speak.
It's not even just double speak. It's all fucking fabricated PR bullshit. And with them on the whole, we have provided evidence that we do not have gender pay or promotion disparities. Female workers in certain departments have shown their statements versus their male colleagues. And have shown physical evidence that they are not getting paid the same.
This is one of the examples that I'm in full support of people talking about their salaries. Like when people are offended and they're like, you shouldn't talk about how much you make or whatever. I'm
You
like,
should talk
this
about
is
what you
exactly the fucking type of reasons why you should.
Yeah, because how many times have you been in a company where you do the same exact thing, but you get paid less than that person?
Yeah, but it's rude to talk about how much you make. And this is one of the reasons where they
It's
found
rude
out,
to boast about what you make.
Yes. This is one of the reasons that they found out back in the day that it's become the norm to, or at least it's less so now, but it had become the norm to be quote unquote rude to talk about how much you make, ask someone how much they make, talk about your salary, etc., because it made it easier to pay people less, and you could keep it hidden 100% if you were going to pay someone less based off of any type of discrimination for any topic of conversation, whether it be gender-based, sex-based, religion-based, age-based, all of that shit. You could hide it because nobody would talk about it.
Right. It's just because it's a shameful thing to talk about.
Where in reality, that's why I love whenever, since I'm still active duty, I can ask anybody how much the fuck they make. And if they don't tell me, I'm like, are you really like not going to, you're going to make me look it up? Like you're that ashamed, quote unquote, or it's that uncomfortable for you when it's public record.
Yeah.
Like you're an idiot.
Yeah. You know, I just realized I'm looking at this overlay right now. I realized that I didn't actually, I was going to add the Spotify link, and I didn't. So it's an empty fucking stream label. Ah, man, I'm an idiot.
Well, the Spotify link.
Well, I mean, I was gonna like look for like I was gonna
it.
look for an icon that I could use, and I don't see it, and I couldn't find an icon that I could use, and I was gonna put like like Spotify, and put our name, the Blacklisted Gaming Podcast, on there, and you
I
just,
feel like it's pretty self-explanatory though.
it is, but I mean, like, yeah, it is, because it's gonna be going on. But I mean, this is going on YouTube,
But when you search the name everywhere,
it pops up.
it pops up.
Does it? Hell yeah, dude. Fuck yeah, dude.
If you search the legitimate full name, Blacklisted Gaming Podcast, it'll pop up. We're terrible examples right now because it's already in our search history, so of course it's going to pop up.
Yeah, it
But
is.
but I remember when I was first looking it up, when you type it in, it comes up. Like I don't have to do any digging.
I really want to fucking change this light, though. There we go. Because I look too goddamn pale.
Where's my light change? It's wetting his horse shit.
I basically... Your light is... Dude, trust me. You... I'm just looking at you stare at the camera. Your light change is pretty much, where it needs to be. Like mine is just... I just have mine set this way. Here, look.
So I just get to be a ghost on camera? That's wetting his horse shit.
No, I wanted to have a little bit more soft lighting because the light I had was really harsh. Yours is still soft. Like, look at you. You look good. The only thing is like the ring light is reflecting on the Middle Earth map behind you.
I thought you were going to say my glasses.
Look at it again. It's actually not that. No, there's not that. There's actually no reflection on your glasses.
That's not a TikTok clip. I'd be highly upset.
It's gonna be a TikTok clip.
Like some of these moments right there, those are the TikTok clips.
That's
right
mainly
there.
why I'm doing this, so that we can actually have like footage of the podcast.
Oh yeah, like I'm telling you, I think if the more stuff that we are able to clip, even if you took multiple clips from this and just posted them at different times, because I see the Freddy podcast, they do that. It's where it's the same podcast, but they'll take different sections of it and they'll just, they'll have them for different times to post. And like that.
You know what also helps with the video, like making clips out of it? I can make video promos.
That's
like teasers so that people will tune in.
I mean, I see that as TikTok.
Like, I can't wait to talk about your hoe story.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty glorious.
That's gonna be like, it's just gonna be like, so she had multiple personalities and claimed that you were the father of her child. And everyone's like, what does this have to do with gaming? Like,
could have literally been on.
Like, what does this have to do with gaming? I'm like, well, stick around. There's gaming in there.
Anyone that listens to us now knows
Oh, frequent listeners know all about this shit. The new ones.
I feel like we mainly have military people at this point.
I'm sure we
that
do.
stick around.
That's kind of why, like, once you go away, Nelson's gonna take your spot. I mean, I'll still have you on once I figure out Discord.
So depressing. Then we can have a trio.
We can have a trio, but when it comes to video recording, like, I guess we'll do like voice guests or whatever.
So I can share my screen. So what I see, because the Bear and Tails podcast.
Oh, screen sharing?
Yeah, well, that's how they do it. So they do ours on YouTube as well. They just post everything. They do the same thing. They rip the sound.
I can talk to Bad Bear and find out.
Fuck it, because they do? Because Tail, they're not in the same geographical location, but when they stream it and record it, it's him and her.
Bad Bear knows who I am,
even better.
So I can reach out to him and be like, "Hey,
I can do it."
I've been trying to figure out how you and Tails do your videoing for your podcast. Because you guys aren't with each other.
Because they're separated, and like I could share my video through like Discord and everything.
This is how networking works. Take notes, you stupid fucking bro vets. You want to talk about like my shit's not growing. I don't know why people. Huh?
Can we not make this one an hour?
No, it's not. It's not going to be an hour long. But this is the kind of shit I'm saying. Like, I know Bad Bear. Bad Bear knows me. Does Bad Bear know you? If not, then guess what? Your shit's not like you got to make connections with people.
Truth.
So that you can reach out like, oh, I want to figure out how to improve my shit. Well, this person knows who I am. They'll help me.
That's how I do with Miss Purple. She's partner now.
Yeah, you with Miss Purple, you know her. I don't. So like, I'm sure she's heard of me through you. But other than that, like Bad Bear, I mean, granted, I haven't networked him with him a ton. Mm. I just have networked with people like Casey Cakes.
Yep.
Casey Cakes, he lives by her.
Oh,
she was
cool.
posting pictures with Bad Bear. Like, they went and spent the day and hung out and got coffee and shit.
That's really it.
Casey Cakes knows who I am.
True.
Even if Bad Bear doesn't know me as well as Casey Cakes does, Bad Bear, like, I can reach out to her and be like, hey, I need to talk to Bad Bear about how he does his videoing with Tails on his podcast, so that I can, like, 'cause, like, my buddy his duty station's changing, and we still want to keep podcasting, but the problem is he's not going to be here, and for videoing it's going to be an issue. Can you like get me in touch with? Can you help me get in touch with them?
Because I really think what they do is, I think it's through Discord, honestly, because you know how in
Discord video,
you have
and they just record it.
Kinda.
They use it as a video capture source. Yeah.
Because they have those. When you have them, they're side by side, and you can see the.
We would have to do this in Regiment because I'd no longer have Nitro. And
that would be awesome too, because we could have it locked, but people would still see it as like.
And they
live
could watch
podcast.
it on Regiment.
Yeah. That'd be pretty cool.
I like where this is going. Anyway, back to the topic.
Absolutely.
So, this is, by the way, for those of you that don't know, this is a lot of how these episodes go. If you haven't listened to us before,
we're squirrel as fuck.
Super squirrel as fuck, and and me changing these camera angles is pretty fun. I'm not gonna lie.
We circle back around every time, though. We circle back around.
We're just gonna circle back. I'm gonna piggyback off the commander.
It's like historical.
All right. So, in a statement, maybe we could talk to a spokesperson. Oh, I already read all that.
I thought we finished the article. And we finished the article.
We did. The article's done. All right, so that's enough of that. So yeah, everything that they were doing is highly illegal. If they are doing it.
If that's what they're doing.
I sincerely hope that they can prove that Activision's been doing that.
I know.
It's going to crush them. If you want to talk about something that's going to get Bobby Kotick removed from Activision, it's going to be that. If they can prove that, I guarantee you Bobby Kotick will step down.
Well, no, I don't. The bad part is it's not like the military. He can just pass. He can just not have any quote unquote knowledge of it, and it just never gets back to him. Does that make sense?
There's no way he doesn't have knowledge of it.
Yeah, I understand that. But if he's not the one doing it,
doesn't matter at this point, because you know how everybody will be once they find out that that's what's happening.
Even if
they have no proof that he knew. everyone will automatically assume you did know, and he will get so much shit. His hand will almost be forced
He gets so much shit now, and dude,
for
is
just being
like,
who
I don't
he
fucking
is.
care. I got money.
Okay, the difference is he's getting so much shit for being who he is and the kind of person he is versus something illegally being done at the high ups in his company. And you mean to tell me you don't know about it? These kinds of things, everyone knows how corporations work. As a way of damage control, look at Wolf of Wall Street. When
Like
the
the movie?
fucking... Huh?
Like the movie?
It's based off of a real guy. That whole thing really happened.
I don't pay attention.
That whole thing is real. The actual Wolf of Wall Street is on TikTok. He's verified on TikTok.
That's funny.
You can look him up. Look up Wolf of Wall Street. You'll see the real guy. And he literally talks about comparisons from the movie versus what really happened. He's like, they just added that from the movie, but this is how this all really happened. Like the yacht, the story of his yacht, his world famous yacht. Remember when he was fucking throwing the money on the yacht?
It's been a long time since I've seen the movie.
So that yacht that he had was sunk, but it was a crazy yacht. It had a plane on it. It had a fucking helicopter on it. It had a seaplane on it. No, it just had a seaplane that he had a crane that he could put into the water and then fly off in the water with it. And he had this insane yacht, even insane for its times because it was like the 90s, but
okay.
or 80s or 90s. And he talks about this shit all the time. Even though he owes the government, he still owes like $400 million in unpaid taxes. But like,
Shocker.
He makes a lot. The thing is, even though he doesn't owe. His net worth is minus $400 million.
The smartest, richest people are always the ones that avoid taxes somehow.
Well, he pays taxes now, and he actually now like does seminars for like helping businessmen become successful businessmen legally.
I don't even think the IRS knows how the IRS works.
No, they don't. They fucking don't.
I don't think so at all.
All right, let's talk about Blizzard changing the McCree's name in Overwatch. So amid the lawsuit, Blizzard announced today on Twitter that it will be renaming Jesse McCree and delaying the start of Overwatch's next story arc. That change comes after the real-life developer, whom the cowboy character was named after, was let go from the company amid ongoing fallout from the California lawsuit accusing the company of widespread sexual harassment and discrimination.
I think that was today, too, wasn't it?
No, this was yesterday.
Okay.
Let's see. Actually, Thursday.
Okay.
We built the Overwatch universe around the idea that inclusivity, equity, is that supposed to be equality? No, inclusivity, equity, and hope of the... I don't understand why equity's in this.
What's the full thing?
We built the Overwatch universe around the idea that inclusivity, equity, and hope are the building blocks of a better future.
Well, it can't be equality.
How is it equity?
I'm not that smart.
I think that was supposed to say equality. Because equity is like, do you have equity in
Yeah,
your property?
That's what I'm trying to think too. I'm like, it's not what I traditionally know as equity, but
Anyway,
you know, IR enlisted. So
the development team wrote in a statement, as we continue to discuss how we best live up to our values to demonstrate our commitment in creating a game world that reflects them, we believe it's necessary to change the name of the hero currently known as McCree to something that better represents what Overwatch stands for.
I think this is stupid. This is just virtue signaling. This literally does nothing.
No, it doesn't.
This changes nothing. That's why I'm saying this is stupid. This is just
The
virtue signaling.
The
and
virtue has
it's-
been signaled.
It's appealing to the cancel culture people that are like, I'm offended. Change the name. Shut up.
Anyway, so Blizzard had previously planned to launch the new narrative and arc in Overwatch in September, but because McCree played a key role in it, the content has been delayed until later in the year. New FFA map will be added in the game in the meantime.
Yeah, but nobody cares though. Like,
Hang on, it says going forward, in-game characters will no longer be named after real employees, as we will be more thoughtful of discerning about adding real-world references in the future Overwatch content. The team wrote. McCree was
Stupid.
originally named after longtime Blizzard designer Jesse McCree, but Blizzard faced growing calls to rename the character after Kotaku reports surfaced old Facebook images showing McCree posting with Blizzard staff in front of the giant portrait of Bill Cosby at BlizzCon, named the Cosby Suite. The images also included a text chat in which World of Warcraft designer Alex Asfarasabi wrote about marrying women that were being brought back to the room.
Yeah, but it sounds like his culture, that's a normal thing.
The fuck do you mean by that?
And, like he sounds of Middle Eastern descent, and that's kind of part of that culture.
Are you racially profiling somebody?
Yes.
Canceled. Anyway, so you misspelled fuck, McCree wrote back. Asfarabi is one developer.
He said you misspelled fuck.
Oh yeah, because he said like
He wants to marry all these women. No, you misspelled fucking these women.
McCree wrote back. Asfarabi
Words are hard.
is one developer named in the California lawsuit that accused him of serially sexually harassing female coworkers.
Serially?
What that pussy smell like? I guarantee that's what he said.
Grab her by the pussy? Was this before Grab Her by the Pussy?
Yeah. This is 2013. Afri the fucking
Yeah.
Cosby Suite? No, 2016.
Was that
It was
2016?
2016.
The Cosby
No,
Suite?
2013. Oh fuck, I don't remember.
Years, dates.
So Afri was terminated from Blizzard last year for misconduct, but it wasn't until the lawsuit made allegations against him public and a fan backlash ensued. I just realized. Remember how last episode we were talking about like guilty until proven innocent?
Mm-hmm.
He was actually fired before this lawsuit because of misconduct. Remember how I said that, like, well, we can't really say that because we don't know all the evidence. He had been terminated before this lawsuit happened, so obviously there was evidence because they fired him.
That doesn't mean anything.
They fired him before the lawsuit
Yeah, but
for misconduct.
No, I understand, but just because it was before the lawsuit doesn't necessarily mean that it was before evidence was found.
No, but this shows that they weren't in damage control for this.
So the
They weren't firing him because they were just trying to save face. They actually fired him a year ago because they actually internally found evidence that he was doing shit.
Well, that's fine.
So yeah.
That makes more sense.
All right. But it wasn't until lawsuit made against public fan backlash ensued the company began removing references to him found in World of Warcraft. The changes made to rebuild trust in the game's community in the wake of the lawsuit. Fucking
Look at
Blizzard
that beard, though.
Oh yeah, Jesse McCree. He's got a fucking epic beard.
Fucking ZZ Top over here.
And look at that mustache, dude.
You can get a whole beard ride. Maybe that's what he was doing to the girls.
You want to ride this beard? He looks like a dirty old biker.
He really does.
I had a complete different image in my mind when I was thinking about this guy.
That's
not how I
pictured
envisioned him.
this.
I envisioned a much younger guy.
I didn't envision a massive beard like this.
I didn't envision ZZ Top at all.
That's impressive, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm actually jealous of that dude's beard.
I'm impressed.
I'd suck his dick just to get the beard. Anyway,
Suck his dick through the beard.
So,
But that's what he was trying to get.
McCree was most recently designer of Diablo 4, but 2 weeks ago, Activision Blizzard confirmed that he was no longer employed at the company. Along with game director Louis Barriga and the World of Warcraft designer Jonathan LeCraft. LeCraft was also pictured in the Cosby Suite. Barriga was not named in any of the current allegations against the company. Wait, why did he get fired?
See, now we're going.
So
back.
he didn't get named in the lawsuit, but he got fired.
Sketchy.
I wonder if this is them finding a person to get rid of.
Could have.
Or maybe, I mean, I don't know. That's weird. We have a deep talent roster of developers already in place. New leaders have been assigned where appropriate.
Ooh, maybe he also had things or knew things against the company that would be bad for them.
Wait, what?
So, like, he knew things that would...
Oh, he had information?
Yeah, like, that would be against the company's best interest.
Can you imagine if he actually knew things and they fired him because he knew things? Even though he wasn't actually, like, involved?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And they got rid of him because he knew shit. And they were just like, we can't have him around.
And then
fire him with everyone else.
Then they spin it to where
that makes sense
he
now.
was a part of this.
Yes, that makes sense. As a way, oh, dude, conspiracy time, conspiracy time. So you mean
Yes.
so that's a fucking good point, Doc. He got fired because he knew too much,
I
and
made
then
a point.
as a way to discredit him, we got tagged along with all the guys that were accused and fired for sexual harassment and sexual assault.
The guilty by association thing.
Yes. So now anything he says, like anybody that doesn't read into it, oh, he got fired with these other guys that are being accused. Even though he's not being accused, he knows shit, but because he got fired with the guys that were accused, he must be involved because they're not reading into actually, like,
And they're
his
also
involvement.
seeing this, like they're changing the name. And
No, Jesse McCree was involved, but I'm talking about Barriga. It says Barriga has not been named.
Okay, gotcha.
So look at this.
I was mixing shit up.
Let's see. The game director, Louis Brigger, World of Warcraft designer, Jonathan, he said, along with, let's see. McCree was fired, and he was no longer employed at the company along with a game director. Game director.
So both of them.
He was the game director. He was fired. And World of Warcraft designer John LaCraft. LaCraft was pictured in the Cosby Suite. Barrigo has not been named in any of the current allegations against the company.
But they both, because of both of their knowledge together, though.
And then his references in games, Barriga's, are being removed from the games. So what if you're right? What if Barriga actually knows shit and is getting and they got rid of him and they're making him guilty by association, even though he's not being named in anything because he could provide evidence. Well, that would be kind of weird. Might as well just kill the guy because if he's still got the fucking evidence, he can still present it in the lawsuit.
Well, let's keep an eye on him. If we see any
He
suicides
might fucking
in the future.
he might get fucking Clinton.
Epstein.
That's the one.
Epstein didn't kill himself?
Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. I actually put that in one of my episode descriptions at the very end. So these are updates. We'll be revealing all the real-world references currently used in our games, making decisions based on how they best represent core values in our game spokesman, blah, 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 blah. Who gives a fuck anymore?
Update, quote-unquote.
Yeah.
We're going to re-quote half the article in the
Dude,
paragraph.
that's going to be insane if that's true, by the way.
Did you see this clip?
Yeah, I did. Dr. Disrespect's clip.
You should follow Esports Talk on YouTube. That's where I get a lot of the stuff from YouTube about these things. Like some of it wouldn't pertain for stuff to put on here because they do cover like esports gaming as far as like the teams and competitions and stuff like that, which
Yeah.
we don't really go into very often. But a lot of the stuff that they do cover is stuff like this. They cover the games, new games coming out, drama regarding those things, the cheats, hacks coming. Like, it's just really good news, and they're like 4 or 5 minute videos. They're super good.
I'll definitely give that a look. So let's talk about the doc. And I'm not talking about the one in front of me. Sorry, bitch. Dr. Disrespect says he's suing the fuck out of Twitch.
That purple platform. It's the purple platform.
He calls it the purple snake.
That's a new one. I think that's more recent that he started calling
Yeah,
it that.
he started calling it the purple snake.
A slithery snake.
I'm a slithery snake. I'm a snake. I'm a
Purple
slithery
snake.
snake. Anyway, so the streamer claims
you
he knows
dare
why
edit that
he
out.
was banned last year and will sue for damages. Apparently, he's
making a lot less on Twitch.
a significant amount less.
He said he's making a quarter of what he was on Twitch.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is not shocking because he's streaming on YouTube.
Yeah.
Until YouTube, I'm surprised they haven't done it yet, to be honest. But because before they merged it, their streaming platform was actually really good because it was separate. but the discoverability of streaming now is horrendous for YouTube. It's really good overall, like how to do it and do like quality wise. It's phenomenal. I love it, and the fact that it's already on your YouTube. You can edit it from there, and etc. Logistically, it's convenient.
Yeah.
But the discoverability of it needs to be separate. They need to separate it, and you can't find it. You have to go into gaming, and then you have to go to like live streams.
There's a lot. See, this goes with the advice I gave, especially Alicia. I told her to get rid of her link tree. She's trying to affiliate, even though she's not really as into the streaming thing as I am.
Mm-hmm.
She's just kind of doing it just to do it.
Yeah.
I also think that because she's not growing as fast as she would like to, it's kind of discouraged her. But the thing is, she's not networking.
You know what you guys could do now that we have this set up?
What?
You've already got the premise for his and hers.
I know. But I don't have the hardware to handle like they do.
That's fair.
That's the only thing that's the hang up with that. I don't have... They have legitimately like 3 PCs.
Yeah. But I mean, if you're streaming and you're playing a game with her,
So
boom.
they have 3
There you
PCs. One dedicated for streaming. Both of them dedicated for each of their games. Whereas I have just a laptop, which is
Yeah.
dedicated to my streaming, and I'm using a laptop. If I add her stream,
Yeah.
if I add her sources for her streaming to this laptop,
Yeah, that's fair. Touche.
I'm going to be using like 90% CPU just in the game capture.
I think it would crash, actually.
It would crash. It wouldn't work.
That's what prompted me to get a PC, was I had acquired so much equipment that my PC couldn't handle, or my laptop couldn't handle it, and it crashed.
I've acquired enough equipment to handle what I can do, and that's the one thing that goes against me with this next top streamer shit is my equipment, my hardware limits. I see a lot of these guys that, their streams have a lot of sources in them,
Mm-hmm.
and mine can't have a lot of sources in them. And I basically try to make it a point like I am literally working with what I have. And I'm making the best out of it that I possibly can. And I will say, for a guy, and this is me just having a high opinion of myself.
Such a bro vet, bro.
I will honestly say that my stream quality for having a laptop and like even with this, the recording shit, like I am using a laptop for everything.
Mm-hmm.
I have no PC. I've had to cut back on certain sources in my streams to make it, look good, look unique to me, but also very minimal so that I'm not using too much CPU. And I can say that I've noticed that my stream quality is better than a lot of people, even though I'm limited on my hardware. So I've optimized my setup in the best way I possibly can with the tech that I have.
Yeah.
And that's honestly all you can really do. It's not about like, that's what I was trying to get with my next top streamer shit. So it's not about like, it's more than just your content. How resourceful can you be with your hardware?
Hmm.
Like, how can you refine your shit? One mistake that most people do is camera quality. So this Logitech that I had this camera like in the green screen days because it had a chroma key. It was a webcam. And I'm like, man, the quality isn't what I thought. I thought it was just the camera. No, it's the camera settings. And I didn't know this.
Mm.
And I had to actually look into this. Like, a lot of people don't go into their camera settings and fix it. The only thing I really fucked with was the focus. I didn't fuck with everything else, like the white balancing and the saturation and the fucking white light compensation. The white light compensation actually like makes your frame rate suck and your quality suck. So I turned my white light compensation off and make gain adjustments and everything like that, which is shit that I never did. And ever since then, people are like, wow, what? Did you get a new camera? I'm like, no, I didn't. I just optimized the settings in the camera that I have. Because apparently my camera is more capable of doing more than I thought.
Yep.
Just like that camera. Alicia hated that camera. And then I showed her today. I said, look what your camera can actually do. And she's like, how do you get that set in mind? I'm like, one, you need lighting.
You show me things, I'll show you things.
Yeah, like one, like she helps me with like computer shit. I help her with like hardware shit.
Which is funny because you're gonna go to school for IT.
I know I can learn pretty quick. Like I remember when I first tried using OBS back, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing, and just after tons of research, I've figured it all out. And now look,
Yeah, it's all YouTube videos, man. It's taking the time to do the YouTube
it's
videos.
taking the time to actually learn, which and then but as you learn, you're like, and then even with editing, like DaVinci Resolve and stuff, like you start learning things. And like once you start learning things, and you keep applying them. If you can keep applying them without going back to the fucking videos to remember, like that's key. So
we
like,
circled way around on this one.
Hell yeah, we did.
We
All
were
right.
on a side street.
All right, let's go back to Doc.
But the YouTube thing is because he's making less money.
Yes, he's
because it's
making-
convenient, and he's still got the YouTube videos. He's still making money off of those just as normal as he would before.
Of course.
But other streamers have talked about how much less it's like if they didn't have a contract with YouTube and they're making a shit ton of money off of that, like Valkyrie and Courage, they'd probably go back to Twitch. Like they've literally said that they would probably go back to Twitch.
Yeah. So, like hearing this that a celebrity you don't care about has died, it's impossible not to want to know why game streamer Dr. Disrespect was banned from Twitch. Sure, you might wish he could just go away, yet still. Wait. Who
What?
wrote this fucking article? Kotaku? Is this going to be like a fucking slam piece on Doc?
It might be. It sounds like it. This is not the article that I saw.
No, I mean I'm going out of this article. I'm gonna go find a different one because
I hate opinionated articles. Give me the facts.
It's literally.
Give me facts. Don't give me your opinion.
Let's go to PC Gamer.
Facts.
As soon as I read like as someone, even though I'm sure you wish you could go away, I'm like, who the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, why are you throwing your opinion in this?
Yeah. Nobody cares.
And you know what?
And it didn't even lead off with this isn't an opinionated article or an opinion article or something like that. Like most of them, if it's opinionated or the viewpoint of the person that's writing it,
Yeah.
it starts off with that.
They're fucking they're unsolicited opinions. Like they just immediately start off with an unsolicited opinion. It's just like, wait, that's not what I wanted.
Like, stop it.
It just as soon as I started seeing there was a slam piece on them, I was like, I don't want to fucking read that.
It's not the article. It's not
That's
what I'm
not.
looking for.
That's not why. I'm not here to fucking showcase a slam piece. I don't care. I want to know the facts. Why do you think I say we're unbiased, even though we're biased about certain things? Because mostly because we're biased based off of facts.
Well, we're allowed to be biased on our opinions from the article, or like what's happening, because that's natural. But I don't want to read a biased article.
No, I don't either.
You know what I mean?
All right, let's go to PC Gamer. I'm sure they're a lot better.
No, we will not subscribe to you.
A lot of people. So Dr. Respect is suing the fuck out of Twitch. A lot of people ask, do you know the reason? I do know the reason why now. So a hugely popular streamer, Dr. Respect, was banned by Twitch for unknown reasons in June 2020. The silence has been deafening. The ban came roughly a year after the streamer, real name Herschel Beam. Herschel? I thought his name was Guy.
I thought so too. Oh, I think Guy is his
Herschel
nickname.
Beam the Fourth.
I think it's Herschel. I think it's Herschel Guy Beam, like in quotations.
So this is after Guy Beam had signed a 2-year exclusivity contract with the streaming platform and had been riding high with over 4 million subs. Dr. Disrespect subsequently moved to YouTube, where his channel sits on a not unimpressive 3.46 million subs, and has posted a video talking about the situation with Twitch, in which he not only claims he's suing the company, but that he knows the reason he was banned.
But subs on YouTube aren't the same.
No, they're not.
Because it's a different terminology.
Just so people know that, like, subs on Twitch versus subs on YouTube, basically subs on YouTube is a follow on Twitch. So he says, I make probably a quarter of what I was making on Twitch, begins Dr. Disrespect. A year later from being banned from the platform, well, a lot of people think, hey, Doc, you did good. You're incredible. Listen, we certainly tried to maximize the most of what we have to work with, but the Twitch ban, how it's really affected us, not just from a financial standpoint, but from a networking standpoint in terms of relationships we've built over the past 5 years. In terms of Activision and EA, everyone, all in the big sponsors, partnerships, they have to question, why did you get banned? The reason or reasons for the streamer's ban remain opaque. Yet at the time, The speculation is related to his final stream referencing conspiracy theorist David Icke, the guy who thinks the British royal family are lizards. But there was much more scandalous speculation too, which is probably why the band's fallout had done such commercial damage. A lot of people ask, do you know the reason? I do. I know the reason why now, says Dr. Spec. Saying I've known for months now. The reason why. I'll just say this right now, champs. There's a reason why we're suing the fuck out of them. I don't know how else to put it. The amount of damages, and you just don't know. Dr. Spec then speaks to someone off camera and says, was the first thing you see in the type of game when you type the name on Google. You see a Lamborghini, I get it. But you also see a doctor banned from Twitch. No reason why you think big-time company like Nike is going to want to work with that question mark. Or Disney, or it fucking sucks.
That's a good point.
It fucking sucks. I don't know how else to put it, man. It's affected us in so many different ways. So essentially what he's saying is that it's affected his potential sponsorships, because the first thing they look up when they look at him, they see he got banned.
And then
the automatic question is,
why.
Well, because Twitch won't say why.
I know. And he can't say why now.
No, he can't yet, not till the lawsuit. So as a result, sponsors don't want to work with him because they're like, why'd you get banned?
It's a brand liability.
And the other thing these brands aren't thinking about is that Twitch bans people for the dumbest shit all the fucking time.
But they're also influenced by other top brands.
Yes.
Because you know people, even if you're, especially if you're not in direct competition with them, like you have the same product. Big rich people know other big fucking rich people.
Yep.
And they're like, yeah, don't sign that guy. Don't sign that guy? Cool. Bet. Not signing him.
Not signing him.
It's a cult.
Corporations are cults. And that is not a fucking lie.
What's that California meeting of like all the big rich white people? It's like super secret. I can't remember what it's called. The Grove. That's what it is.
The Grove?
I'm pretty sure it's called The Grove.
What do you mean?
Do a quick Google search. Super rich white, super secret rich people meeting. I'm sure it'll come up with. I'm pretty sure it's called The Grove.
I'm gonna look it up right now. Rich white people meeting.
Secret white people meeting.
Type rock.
This is
World's most powerful flock to annual secret meeting.
Yeah.
Bilderberg. World's most powerful flock to annual secret meeting.
What? Bilderberg.
World's most powerful people lock themselves behind closed doors for 3 days of high-profile discussions. Known as the world's most secretive meeting, the Bilderberg meetings, held annually since 1954, will take place.
Why did I have?
Maybe that's just the location.
It might have been. I don't know. I don't know why I'm associating this with the same thing. Anyways, I was just curious, but it's really crazy though.
Well, yeah, so he can't get big sponsorships because of shit like this.
So that's money in itself. Lost.
A lot of money.
Like, I think most big.
He's basically
now,
he's relying on fucking donations.
Oh yeah.
And subscriptions, like paid subscriptions.
I can't remember what they're called. I can't remember what YouTube calls.
It's like premium subscription or something. I don't know.
Something like that, but I can't remember what it is.
Oh wait, no, I know what it is. It's not a sub.
It's gonna.
I did this with a couple of pages. Layman Gaming was one of them. One of the channels I get my news from. I actually tried reaching out to them to get them on the podcast, but they're in Australia. And I reached. They said, "Yeah, send us an email. This is our email and stuff." And I emailed them, and they never got back to me. And I was like, "Okay, cool." But then they claimed that they never got the email, so I don't know. So let's get back to this topic. Get off your fucking phone.
It's a subscription, membership.
That's the one. So God bless the internet, because we live in an age where lawyers post reaction videos. Michigan business lawyer Richard Hogue said in the following Dr. Disrespect situation for some time, and posted the above breakdown of how he sees from the Legal Eagle's perspective. Most interesting about the above, and of course I can't speak for Mr. Hogue's bona fides, is how he instantly focuses on how Dr. Disrespect is trying to establish damages to his audience. He softens this by talking about how they maximize what they have to work with, and thinks that and thanks his champs for their support, but the overall message is clearly something like Twitch did massive damage to my career and earning ability by signing me and then banning me for not saying a word.
And I mean, a lot of these bigger streamers, most of their money is truly made through like sponsorships and advertisements.
Yeah. There's more to dig into, including the implication that the things have gone further than anyone knew. When Dr. Disrespect talks about the blacklisting,
hey,
and shadow banning, he's preparing the ground to argue that Twitch is used as a commercial bellwether. The companies he mentions, like Nike, which look at Twitch's decision and follow suit. Thus, Twitch has ruined his business livelihood by not only banning him, but allowing speculation to run rampant as to why. One cautionary note, Dr. Disrespect says that he's suing Twitch, but this may never go to court. Interested
what?
There's more here. Interested fans may hope that it does, because then everything has to be revealed. The final word goes to Dr. Disrespect himself. It's been a roller coaster of emotion and absolutely fucking sucks.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be revealed immediately. Sometimes it can be after the trial.
Can be. It could be like, I mean, I think what they mean by it necessarily won't go to court is that because Twitch might actually just settle.
Oh.
And if they settle, they could put a gag order on him to where he can never talk about it. This is worst case scenario. What Twitch can do, they could settle the suit, pay him, but in top of paying him, enact a gag order where he can never talk about why he got banned. Otherwise, he will risk losing his winnings from the suit.
I could see it a couple of ways.
I honestly think Twitch will do that.
So I could see them doing that, especially because they're owned by Amazon. I could see them doing that to get him to not say anything. If it's up to the amount that he's demanding for. But also, part of it is if his overall motivation is more than the money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it is.
So if it's more than the money,
he might just say fuck it and do it anyway.
Yeah, and take it to court regardless. Because some people do that, where the amount that they would have gotten if they had settled was more than what they were even truly asking for.
I mean, you gotta also think Doc is also starting his own game development studio.
Yeah.
So what he end up doing,
and he might be playing the long game. For him, is probably the lawsuit itself versus being silenced.
I wonder if his long game with this is the fact that he's gonna sue them, and if they do settle and put that gag order on him, then he's gonna basically present it. What he's gonna do is he's basically going to show Twitch has something to hide. Fuck him. I don't care about the money. Here's what they're doing. This is his way of sticking it to Twitch. I can see him doing that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Have you ever seen him without his wig?
Yeah, he's gray-haired and old. He looks really strange.
He actually his gray hair looks very distinguishable, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it is. He's got this fucking salt and pepper look.
Yeah.
But I honestly think that might be the direction that this goes. If he wins and they don't put a gag order, then he'll say something anyway. Because hey, I got money from it, and I'm not restricted on talking about
anything.
But honestly, I think regardless of how this lawsuit goes, I think he's gonna, after the lawsuit, tell everybody what happened.
Probably.
I think he's gonna use this as a way of fucking ruining Twitch's reputation, even though they've done it themselves in a lot of ways.
Yeah. The only bad part though is Twitch is owned by Amazon, and those resources are fucking endless.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Because granted, they're basically operated separately, but if Amazon themselves were ever to come in and let them utilize overall Amazon's resources, that's when it gets worrisome.
Yeah,
because they just have endless amounts of money to fucking filter into that.
Honestly, if it weren't for the fact that I fucked myself when it came to networking in a way that most of my following, most of my community is on Twitch.
Yeah, I feel you.
And I can't leave now. So, if I were to leave Twitch now, I would basically be starting completely over.
Well, most people on Twitch, you never put all of your eggs in one basket, regardless of if they Like if they were to start streaming on another platform, it would be super difficult. But the reason that he was able to do it on YouTube and still be at the level he's even at now is because of he had his YouTube, he had the YouTube videos. They have Instagram, they have TikToks.
Yeah.
Like you're utilizing the other platforms to feed people to your Twitch. That's the only way it works, because nobody fucking just comes to Twitch and discovers you.
Is there a length limit to how long of a video I can put on YouTube?
No. People have 10-hour plus videos on YouTube, and it's nothing but a repetitive thing.
Yeah, that's true. 10-hour loops.
And it's horrendous.
So, yeah, I mean, I've seen guys on Regiment talk about how they want to switch to YouTube. I've even seen guys in the general chat talking about
it's because it's easier.
They want
the discoverability.
They're talking about like, well, yeah, the discoverability is there.
Because YouTube will reward you if you're streaming and you're also posting videos separate from the stream itself. So like you're taking the stream and you're creating a video for it and then uploading that. That's a separate video. So it
rewards consistency.
Yes, and it rewards. It's the same as TikTok. The more you keep people on the platform.
You know what I don't like about TikTok? It rewards consistency, but the thing is staying consistent on TikTok.
It's the same for YouTube. YouTube is the
I feel like
same
YouTube
way.
would be easier.
The reason that TikTok, I think, is so successful is because they're copying a lot of what YouTube does. It's just a lot shorter video.
format.
Yeah, shorter format, and you just scroll through. But that's one of the reasons, because YouTube is literally like damn near perfected the algorithm. They're getting criticism now for it because they dip their hand into it and play with it a little bit. But the basis overall algorithm for it is rewarding because it's the consistency, and then when you know how to utilize it, like the specific search words, how to label the titles, the thumbnail, all of that stuff to go into it. I have a YouTube book that I read, and it's how to
Wait,
be
you have
successful.
an actual YouTube book?
Yeah, of how to be successful on YouTube.
Really?
Yep, it's on Kindle. I'll show you after stream.
It's on Kindle.
I'll show it to you. But it's all about how to make the algorithm work the best for you, and consistency is basically one of the biggest things. Like that's why you see all these YouTubers, like Tim the Tatman. I watch this shit consistently. They all post every day. They post something every day. And the more that they post, the more that their stuff gets searched, the more people are watching their other videos. So people are staying on YouTube. They're watching other videos, and if they don't have premium, they're getting more ads. So that's more money for YouTube, also for the content creator. But more money for YouTube, more views, more time spent on YouTube. So they're going to get rewarded more. And then when you know how to utilize the overall, like the search engine portion of it, the clickability of the people, like the psychology behind what gets clicked the most, what people will stick through the longest for, all of that takes into play. Okay. So TikTok is basically just taking a tried and true formula and using it for how their platform works.
All right. So that's it for this article. I don't really think there's much else to add to that.
Yeah, that's all I got. Ooh, look.
Oh, look, Battlefield.
It looked like Blackout for a second.
That? The wingsuit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They used wingsuits and Blackout, didn't they?
Yeah. I thought it was way better than how you fucking get around in Warzone.
Oh, yeah, because you can actually maneuver it.
You could also get to the whole and damn near the whole other side of the map very quickly.
It's a wingsuit.
Yeah, but you didn't have to sit there and be like, all right, I'll get there eventually, as you're going a meter at a time with your parachute.
Yeah.
Slowly going over and then getting shot out.
God, I fucking hate Warzone now.
Yeah.
It's so
I literally haven't played it in months.
Neither have I. My last Warzone, it's funny, the last time I touched Warzone, I played one match of Plunder, and I was like,
nope.
I don't want to do this anymore.
I think you went to what was the scary game? Resident Evil. That's what it was.
I switched to Resident Evil. I said, "Fuck this game."
I don't even have it on my PlayStation.
Neither do I. I completely got rid of it. Damn,
I just never downloaded it.
Eyelashes out of my eye.
It's still on my PS4 because I have a hard drive, so there's no point in me deleting it. But
I didn't even want to look at it. I deleted it completely from my hard drive, like my external hard drive.
Well, like I said, it's not on my PS5. It's on my PS4.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had all the PS4 files transferred over to my hard drive.
I don't have that. I pick and choose what I want.
I only did that because I wasn't using the PS4 anymore, and I sold it to my brother.
Oh, that's fine.
So
I have it connected to my TV. It's like if I'm playing zombies chilling, I'm just playing on my TV.
yeah, that's good. Anyway, let's go to Battlefield.
The game that really matters.
So Battlefield 2042 cheats are already being sold 2 months before launch.
I still call bullshit. I don't think it's real.
Would-be cheaters are already selling exploits for the near-future shooter. 2042 might not be out until October, but chancers in the cheating community have already begun selling exploits for the upcoming multiplayer shooter. Spotted by Charlie Intel, a website has begun advertising undetectable cheats, including aimbots, radar, and wall hacks, boasting that its reported 1.2 million registered users have never been banned from a Battlefield game. That's a bold and unfounded claim. Is the claim that its Battlefield 2042 hacks has already been confirmed as undetectable, considering the game has so far only been played by a severely limited audience during this month's technical tests.
Here's that book.
Oh, cool. Okay. Battlefield 2042 hack features. The features below are just what our team is starting off with. We plan to continue adding more features to 2042 weekly as we get more users.
Is it engine owning?
Or
Sky Cheats? Because those are the two major companies right now.
I don't know. Let me see. I don't see what the website is. So, all right, let's continue. If you think Battlefield 2042 looks awesome, make sure you check out the updated bust hack we have online now. Aimbot, lock on, press aimbot key, blah, blah, blah. ESP, name ESP displays the name of each player. Harass people.
What?
I don't know. Distance ESP, this shows how far away players are located from you. Item ESP displays the item names close to you. BB ESP draws a box around every player for easy location. Cheat radar. Enemies show on the radar in red. Movable. Move the radar anywhere on the screen. Sizable. Adjust the size of the radar. There's even menu hacks.
Yeah.
That said, it's unsurprising that cheaters would be setting their eyes on 2042. Competitors like Call of Duty Warzone have been utterly besieged by cheaters since launch, recently suffering from a devastating silent aimbot that guarantees shots as long as you're roughly standing in the same continent as your target.
That's hilarious.
That's fucking wide.
That's hilarious.
Activision even stepped in to take down an undetectable aimbot that could theoretically work on any game and any platform.
I'm going to credit whoever wrote that. That was glorious.
That was good. It's unnatural. Then we should expect Battlefield 2042 to catch cheaters' attention. But forgetting even the October release, the early interest modder sparks concern over an upcoming open beta set to kick off in September. It'd be a shame if our first look at Battlefield 2042 is immensely marred by cheaters. The next entry in DICE's bombastic shooter is shaping up to be something real special, with the Battlefield Portal sandbox letting you throw World War II soldiers against bad company tanks on maps from across the series, while rumors suggest 2042's Hazard Zone will be taking cues from Tarkov.
Yep. That's a Hazard Zone, right?
I sincerely hope that DICE's anti-cheat is spectacular, because if 2042 becomes absolutely flooded by hackers,
well, I mean, there's no way that it's gonna. It could never be as bad as Warzone if they have an anti-cheat, simply because Warzone never had an anti-cheat.
I know. It was just, we're gonna go off of a reporting system and then ban the accounts. Even if there's no evidence warranting that person was cheating, you can just fucking spam report somebody and then get them banned.
And then even still, it doesn't matter.
Apparently now they've rolled out their anti-cheat. They've banned another 100,000 accounts, or not accounts.
No, they haven't rolled it out. It's not coming out until, quote unquote, until Vanguard.
Well, they just
comes
said
out.
they banned 100,000 more people, like PC players.
Yeah, but the anti-cheat isn't being implemented or released until
It is too little, too late.
I know. It's not until they're saying it's not coming out until Vanguard drops and the new Warzone map drops.
Even though that the fucking fanboys are really like, oh, finally, we've been waiting for this, and overlooking the entire fact that we have gone this long
Yes.
without one.
Then the only reason that it was ever brought up was when everyone started fucking leaving.
Yes. And no one's paying attention to that. They're just
They
paying attention.
are. I've seen memes.
There are
and
people paying attention, but
have brought it up.
But most of the community, like the fanboys, they're always going to go back to Call of Duty, no matter how bad it is. Hang on, what is Alicia sending me?
I just think it's all because the people have stopped playing their game, and they're only going to, like, before you used to get your shit used to get deleted, and people would ban you from their fucking accounts, like on Reddit and everything, if you ever even mentioned anti-cheat or said anything regarding hackers, cheaters, etc. They would it's just silence forever. But now people are leaving the game, and they're like, oh, guys, by the way, this whole time we've been using this data, allowing you to suffer without saying anything, to have just a phenomenal anti-cheat. Like, okay. Convenient timing,
I know.
by the way.
The timing is impeccable.
Convenient.
All right. I got to stop again. I got to take a shit. Hey, if you're listening to this, then chances are you watch streams too on Twitch. So if you haven't already, go ahead and go to blacklisted_gaming on Twitch. If you want to see more of my gameplay and any more of my clips, that's blacklisted with a capital B _ gaming with a capital G. So I hope to see you guys there. And to see any more clips, go ahead and follow me on Instagram. That's blacklisted_gaming_podcast. Also, I'm on a new app called Hover. Hover is a new app for streamers, and it's a really good networking site. So go ahead and follow me on blacklisted-gaming-podcast. I hope to see you guys there and enjoy the content. All right, I'm back.
Did you have a good poop?
That was great shit. That's what happens when you drink a lot of coffee.
And he didn't even get hit in the nuts.
I mean, I drink 3 cups of coffee.
Coffee doesn't make me shit.
Coffee? Dude, how not?
It doesn't make me shit.
It's a diuretic, man.
Yeah, you realize that's about urine, right?
Huh?
Diuretic means it makes you pee.
So what? Pooping isn't, like, not associated with that at all?
No.
What would you
Not
know?
in that terminology.
What would you know?
I don't know. Why would the corpsman know medical things?
How would you know any of that?
But yeah, a diuretic means it makes you pee more.
So back on the
Because
hack.
it's about it's the ura part of it.
Whatever.
It's urea.
Any
It's the urethra.
I think we move on from the Battlefield hacks, huh?
I think it's bullshit. I think it's a money grab right now because things are starting to happen with the hacking companies.
Do you think these websites are selling cheats that don't actually work?
Yes.
Just to get money?
How can they work?
Off of the alpha test, like...
The alpha test isn't even out.
Yeah, it is. Did you not see the Battlefield 2042 gameplay?
The closed alpha.
The closed alpha? You mean to tell me that all the people on there, not a single one of them is a prospective cheater that can tell them anything? You mean to tell me no big brain fucker is playing the...
I think it's bullshit. The beta comes out next month.
We'll see.
We'll be able to play it. I don't know when it is in September, but it's in September that the beta is going to be live.
Like I said, we'll see. We'll see.
I still think it's going to be bullshit. And like I said, they're going to have an anti-cheat. It's never going to be like Warzone. You can never, any game nowadays, it's almost impossible.
It probably won't be as
cheaters.
bad as Warzone.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to not have cheaters.
Yeah.
Especially if you're playing with fucking PC people.
Which this is going to be crossplay.
But I feel like we saw an article that said we can turn off playing with PC people.
We can.
That's glorious.
Xbox can't. No, wait, no, I think Xbox can.
And I mean, for this one, it's going to be in the Battlefield settings that you can turn off playing with PC people.
Can you play with console, though?
That's what I mean. I'm pretty sure they're going to allow it to be like...
You can only play with Xbox if you want to.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
That'd be glorious. I would take that any day.
I might actually keep that setting off unless Alicia wants to play Battlefield, which I really don't think she's going to.
I think you'll convince her.
I mean, she likes Splitgate.
I think you'll convince her, especially because she likes Rainbow.
She doesn't like Rainbow. She plays Rainbow sometimes.
Yep, but that's what I'm saying.
Like, she wasn't as into Rainbow as most people are.
Well, you gotta be into Rainbow basically from the beginning, almost.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
if you're starting to play Rainbow now, you're fucked.
yeah,
There's no way.
Give it up.
Don't even try.
It's not worth it.
I tried it back in 2016. I was just like, I'll give it a go, and then I was like, I'm never playing this again.
Yep. I tried it a couple times with my boy. That's the only reason I have it.
It sucks because I love Rainbow. But I was so late to the game on that one that I just said, nah. I'm not.
Everyone else knows everything. It's just not even fun.
All right, so on to World of Warships. The Soapbox. World of Warships aggressive monetization incited mass exodus of content creators.
How many content creators were there for this, though?
Enough, I guess. We'll find out as this article goes, I'm sure. Gaming monetization has been a topic of intense conversation ever since box copies of software diminished in favor of persistent online experiences. Subscription services entered the scene, but presented the problem of monthly commitment to the unknown. Then we get swarmed with free-to-play titles and the introduction of cash shops, and designs intended to push players in that direction. In the current iteration of gaming monetization, random lock boxes, aka loot boxes, no longer exclusive to the mobile market, have become a lightning rod for intense feelings and lawsuits alike.
A lightning rod. Look at this wording.
As a free-to-play naval arcade, World of Warships has continually sought to maximize profit, even at the expense of the well-being of its own players.
Do you think the characters in the game on the ships suck as much dick as the regular Navy?
Or fuck goats? I don't know. Maybe.
No, that was back in the day. We don't have goats on ship anymore.
I'm sure. You guys don't need them. You're not on a fucking wood ship with sails.
Yeah, it's just the walruses now.
Yeah.
Or the manatees.
Walruses. So,
I am
Studio Wargaming has now begun to push away some of its most ardent defenders and contributors of its aggressive gambling mechanics. How does a game that bills itself as pay the bills to keep servers running? Warships did quite successfully for several years by selling premium time akin to an MMO subscription with credit XP earning bonuses and premium ships.
Okay.
While players can quite happily grind free tech tree ships by playing matches and earning XP and credits, the serious cash was made by selling unique ships and bundles.
I mean, that's, yeah.
Sometimes for rewards for upwards to $100, $120 for a single ship, and very few shiny extras. It was pricey, but at least players knew what they were spending money on. Unfortunately, at some point along the way, marketing blurred with the psychological exploitation.
Yep.
And as we always know, as recently as 2018, the World of Warships summer sale sold premium ships directly to customers at a discounted rate. This year's recently announced summer sale entices players to buy doubloons, which can in turn be exchanged for bundles that include summer tokens, which can be in turn be exchanged for random crates that may contain a permanent camouflage.
Why did you say doubloons like that?
I don't know. So this is actually weird. That whole thing right there, permanent camouflage.
What?
So you mean to tell me that the camos that you can put on your ships expire after each match? You can have expendable camo?
I've never played the game. I've
That's
seen it played
weird.
a couple times, but
That's weird.
I think it's weird to have camo on a ship, regardless.
I mean, it's a cool visual thing that you can add to your ship.
I get that it's a game, and that makes sense.
Which I mean, it's like shit at that point. But at the same time, it's like, why would you have like camouflage that's, perishable? Like, why is it a one time? For this match, you can put this camo on this ship, and then when the match is over, the camo's gone. Or if you want to pay more money, you can have a camo on there forever.
Like that's the new thing?
That's how it is on this.
Or that's the old part? That's the old thing.
That's how it is on this. Man, every time I look over, I see this weird blur go across my eyes. Like in the light. Like when I do that, there's like a little line that goes blurry.
Okay.
That's weird. I don't like that.
It's cataracts. I'm kidding.
Have I always seen this and I just never noticed it?
What are you talking about?
I have a weird line of blur. When I look up and I look back at you, I see this weird line of blur come across my eyes. And I can only tell because of the ring light.
Is it like a line that's floating?
Yeah.
That's normal.
I don't like that.
It's weird. It's things that float in the fluid of the eye. I don't have time to explain this.
All right, cool.
It's a real thing, though.
So,
So is that the new part, though? Like the permanent camo versus the limited camo, I guess?
I don't know, but there's more to it. So why has the situation spun out of control? Wargaming wants to remove players' perception of value as far as possible from actual money because it's more difficult to get people to gamble if they know how much money they stand to lose. This slow push towards gambling mechanics has been occurring for several months, but reached breaking point when the community this past weekend participated by the re-release of the USS Missouri. So essentially what it is that you buy these doubloons, and they can be exchanged for bundles, which include the premium currency.
So you're buying something to buy something.
Yes. So you don't see the actual monetary value of the summer tokens, which can be exchanged for loot boxes. So you don't know how much money you're spending on loot boxes because the value isn't essentially there. You're buying these doubloons to buy bundles of the summer tokens, and then the loot boxes are priced off the summer tokens, not the doubloons. So
That's confusing.
They're using a premium current. They're using a currency in the game that's a premium currency, but you can't just buy the premium currency. You have to buy the doubloons to get bundles of premium currency. So they basically made 3 steps to purchase an item so that it would disconnect you from figuring out how much money you're spending on these loot boxes. It's very complex.
It's confusing.
But that's a tactic they're doing now.
Yeah, absolutely.
To create a separation of how much money you're spending and losing. They're basically disconnecting the value of what you're spending. So they're making you buy these bundles of premium currency and then selling these loot boxes at that premium currency, but not showing the value of which crate you're getting.
Yeah.
And that way you don't know, like, I don't know what I'm spending my money on right now.
I mean, I'm sure someone will be able to decipher it. And
Eventually,
it out.
yeah. But this is why these people are leaving. So,
where does the Missouri come in?
So I'll explain. Wargaming originally put the USS Missouri up for sale in December of 2016 for the game's free XP currency, acquired through in-game play. And the ship remained available until February of 2018 within the game. The Missouri was not a behemoth by any means. It's widely recognized as an average battleship with a few unique perks. The biggest difference factor is an enhanced credit modifier that increased the number of credits earned per battle. So it wasn't a ship that would pretty much be game breaking. It would just earn you more like fucking points and credits for using it. So it was like you could use it to
It was a trade-off.
It was a trade-off. So instead of just, you're basically like, you were there just to be there and earn your XP and your money. It wasn't essentially there for.
I think the battles, they have multiple ships.
They
right?
do have multiple ships. But you're using that as a way to like spam some DPS while the other ships, get in position, and you're earning more money while doing it. So hang on.
They locked that aspect behind.
So the biggest differentiating factor is an enhanced credit modifier that increased the number of credits earned per battle. Over the months that Missouri was available, more and more players took advantage of the credit bonus to the point where it was disrupting the in-game economy, prompting Wargaming to pull her from sale. Since then, Missouri has been available only via random containers centered around special events, or perhaps the containers were not so random, depending on your viewpoint.
Yeah.
The existence of the Missouri presented Wargaming with a dilemma. She's a ship of great historical significance. Japan signed to surrender in the deck of the ship in 1945, and as such has been sought after by many veterans and those with an interest. Veterans meaning the veterans of the game and the Navy.
It's pretty much just the Navy.
Oh shit! Sought after by many veterans and those with interest in naval history. Not a company to leave money on the table. Wargaming recently announced the return of the Missouri with great fanfare and a reduced credit modifier. The studio specifically said the ship would be available for purchase in exchange for doubloons, the game's cash buyable currency.
Arr, the doubloons.
Previous owners of the Missouri would then continue to earn credits at the enhanced rate. It seemed a reasonable compromise to those who desired to own this unique piece of history.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, when the development blog for an update was released, the wording in the section regarding the return of the Missouri had been altered. The new version made clear that the ship would instead appear in random bundles that can be obtained in exchange for doubloons. In other words, Wargaming had gated the Missouri behind random crates. If history serves as any indication, it will likely be a random bundle chain with the possibility of winning the Missouri in the first crate in the chain, the last or any crate in between. Thus, if a player wants to own the Missouri, he will have no idea how much he'll need to pay to get it. This type of chain directly manipulates the players into the sunk cost fallacy, or the tendency to continue to spend money on something simply because a player has already sunk so much money into that he doesn't want to walk away without something to show for it.
That's true.
The latest monetization will move sent the official World of Warships community into a frenzy.
How many times have we just fucking say community there?
That's twice. That's just how it's worded. An environment that had already begun deteriorating over the last several months completely disintegrated over the Missouri's announcement and other mistreatments. This past week, we received tips that many of the game's largest North American and European community contributors had discussed a mass exodus from the program to coincide with the re-release of the Missouri. However, that timeline moved up to last Friday when Little White Mouse, a longtime ship reviewer and much beloved community member, announced her resignation from her program. Saturday morning, no fewer than 22 other members of the program had done the same. Those who have left continue to drop hints at additional departures over the next several days. So in today's Salt Mines Discord, which will be posted in lieu of Mingles and Jingles on Monday. These are players, by the way. I announced my intention to quit the World of Warships Community Contribute Program. Once the Discord Q&A ended, I posted this message to CC Discord and left the server. And this is what he said. I'll keep this short so that not to waste anyone's time. Being the CCTP was a privilege for the first 2 years when the contributions made were respected, valued, and the feedback in both directions was something I was happy to be part of. By the way, the reason why these people are important to World of Warships is because Wargaming was taking their input to implement and improve the game. And then eventually they decided that they were going to go money over their takes on this. And it gets actually more in depth because it came down to they were using the community to develop historical ships. And to the point, I think this will get mentioned too, they were going to make a Canadian ship. So they had people come up with a Canadian ship, a name, features, and everything like that, and then submitted it to Wargaming, and they altered it. They changed the name, they changed the features. They basically just took the idea and made it their own, in their own way. So basically they took all this input, said fuck your input, and then made their own shit. And it was just like, why are we doing this? All right, so this is what he said. Okay, so many respect, I was happy to be part of. In the last 3 years, the last year in particular, this has become a toxic one-way relationship that I'm glad to put behind me. It hasn't been any one thing, although the treatment of April was the straw that broke the camel's back, but a continued demonstration of the contempt in which Wargaming holds for its program. The increasingly aggressive monetization and implementations of gambling mechanics into a game marketed to children as young as the age of 7, and numerous other factors means that it's high time I admitted that I am in a toxic relationship and got out of it with some self-respect intact. To Shania in particular, I'd like to express my thanks of being doing a great job in extremely difficult circumstances. To everyone else here, fair winds and following seas. I quit.
He said fair winds and following seas.
Streamer Flambast penned breakup letter comparing his time to the program to an abusive relationship and called for monetary boycott for the exploitive practices.
They called it a breakup letter?
Basically, yeah. So, and now it's getting review bombed on Metacritic, by the way, because of this.
They used my terminology.
What?
It's like an abusive relationship.
Yeah, that's like they've compared it to an abusive relationship, kind of like Call of Duty. So, Mr. Gibbons in the Discord channel Resignation noted that the problems gambling mechanics present a large segments of the Warships player base. The World of Warships community is made of high proportion of veterans. It is well recognized that veterans suffer at much higher rates of problem gambling than the general population.
True.
Missouri is a much desired ship, a ship with great significance to many veterans. Marketing that ship to veterans through gamble mechanics seems to be exploitative and immoral.
Didn't even think about it like that.
I mean, it really is, because you know that your veterans want this.
Yeah.
And you know that they're more prone to a gambling addiction than most people.
That makes sense.
And now you're going to market it as a gambling mechanic in order for them to get it, knowing they're going to want it, and they're going to spend the fucking money to get it.
It's true.
It's worth pointing out that many of CC's did that World Warships markets and game young kids as well as adults as service members. In terms of service, stipulate the players must be at least 13 years old to play, which means that these mechanics are introduced to children who are too young to legally drive. The Pan-European Gaming Information rating is 7, meaning that the game is appropriate for children 7 or older. This isn't even the first time that wargaming has been in hot water for random crates. Consider this complaint about the randomized nature of the 2020 holiday event when the European Advertising Standards Alliance ruled in parts. The jury also disagrees with the opinion expressed. I don't care about fucking legal shit right now. At this point, wargaming seems content to continue to take chances on aggressive monetization tactics and ask for forgiveness if it doesn't work out. But perhaps that's all part of the strategy. Players churn for free-to-play games, and World of Warships is no exception to this rule. They can't sell you the USS Texas twice, but they can sell it to an excited new player who just discovered the game. The new player will have no history with the studio to know better. It's disheartening to think that this type of exploitation resulting in the community upheaval may not negatively affect Wargaming's bottom line in the least. Then again, maybe it will. Update this afternoon, Wargaming told the community contributors to Discord that it isn't ready to address the situation, but will do so tomorrow.
What?
I don't know. So,
basically, it's like, we don't know how we're going to word this to lie to you right now.
Shinoy said, regrettably, even after spending all day in the nonstop writing, talking, and thinking, we're not yet ready to publish the message today, considering that the working hours and the ending of our colleagues, CIS, Continental, CIS and EU.
Colleagues.
I don't know. We're making the final touches and we'll come tomorrow. Sorry for letting you down on that timing. This is not under NDA. You may let people know that we regrettably took this bit longer than expected and will be there tomorrow with the message. And then, not NDA. Regrettably, due to technical limitations, we cannot make the Missouri available in the Armory. However, if you would like... So Wargaming has now addressed the situation we covered here. It seems like players want to purchase the Missouri with the balloons are going to be forced to contact Wargaming customer support in order to do so. So I don't know exactly know what the Armory is, but apparently the Armory is where you go to purchase ships.
Okay.
And they're like, just make it purchasable in the Armory so we can just buy it. And this is their response. Regrettably, due to technical limitations, we cannot make the Missouri available in the Armory. However, if you would like to directly purchase her for doubloons after you finish the campaign, you got to play the campaign first. Please contact customer support. There you'll be able to ask for exchange of 19,500 doubloons for Missouri in a slot and port.
Was it 19,000? Or
19,500 doubloons for Missouri in slot and port. It does not replace an option to purchase the ship in the premium shop after completing the campaign.
Interesting.
So, but that's bullshit. You can't put it in the army due to technical issues. Like, it was there before.
Now, so I think now because they're getting into so much hot water because of the loot box thing. They're kind of allowing people to do it, but you got to jump through hoops to fucking do it.
Yeah, they're essentially making it as inconvenient as possible so that you just say fuck it, I'll just do the loot boxes.
And notice that's only in the Discord, so anyone that's not in that Discord has no fucking clue what's going on.
No, they don't.
Unless, like, they read this article. But still.
Yeah, even still, like, it's still a fucking shitty practice. Like, they're basically trying to manipulate people to buy the loot boxes by they're creating a problem and selling a solution.
Yeah, it's like America.
Yeah, it's like any AAA gaming. They create a problem to sell the solution, and then they're literally like they're coming up with this. They're making it as inconvenient as possible just so that they flush you to the store to buy the loot boxes.
It's called situational design.
Yeah, I know. And their response to this whole thing is so fucking stupid, and it is no wonder that people are leaving in droves, especially their top creators for this game.
Droves when they're not even that many people play it, honestly.
I mean, not many people play it.
No. In general, like their player count is.
Did you look?
Yeah, I've seen the player count. Their player count isn't nearly that high as a lot of other games.
So on to another thing. Let's talk about fucking Skyrim releasing its 50th fucking edition of the game. I am tired of this.
10 years.
It's like it's become a joke that it even became an SNL skit or a College Humor skit or whatever, where it's like Alexa has Skyrim now.
That's actually a real thing.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
For real?
Yes.
I think I actually talked
I've seen
about
a
this.
video. I've seen a video on it, and it's a real thing. Like someone had unlocked it. It's a real thing. It is 1,000% a real thing.
Why? Why is it a thing?
It was like it's almost like an Easter egg type thing that you can do. I've seen it.
It's an Easter egg and a running meme because you have how many versions of Skyrim now?
Quite a few.
Lots of them.
Like
Skyrim's available on the smart fridge now.
How basic that it is that you can do on like the video, and they talk about what you're able to do on it.
It's obviously not as in depth as the actual
like
full
it's
game.
super.
But the whole point is that there is a Skyrim on Alexa. They have more versions of fucking Skyrim, and yet we still don't have Elder Scrolls 6. So they've been making more and more versions of this 10-year-old game.
How many Skyrims are there? Is there just one?
Fuck, there's only one Skyrim, but there's different versions of it.
Okay.
It's available on the Switch. It's available on last gen. It was available on fucking PS3 and Xbox One. It was available on PS4 and Xbox 360. Xbox 360 and PS3. It was available on PS4 and Xbox One. It was available now on next gen.
I hate Xbox's fucking generations. What they call
it
them.
is like. Did you ever see the meme where the guy walks in with a pizza? And it says it's like a stack of pizzas. Says PlayStation 2, 3, 4, and it's like in there. And he looks and everyone's just fucking. It's chaos and it's like all the different Xbox names because it's so confusing.
That's so true.
But like, so there has been so many different versions of Skyrim. They put it on different platforms. Like I'm sure you can get it on a fucking digital pregnancy test at this point.
You can.
You can get Doom.
That's what it was. I knew I'd seen something on a pregnancy test.
It's not. It wasn't Skyrim. It was Doom. I saw that too. I actually covered that. I think
that was funny.
But now here we are. We got an anniversary edition, which, in all honesty, makes sense because it's a 10-year anniversary of it. Well, I mean, every game that was as big as this will have an anniversary edition.
I guess it's somewhat fair.
So, I guess it does in a way make sense that they have an anniversary edition. But at the same time, I'm also sick and tired of seeing different versions of Skyrim pop up every couple years.
It's just the timing of it. They're using the anniversary to push the remaster of it.
Yes, and that's what we're going to talk about. So part of the fandom family... Oh, let me go to the article. Part of the fandom family, Fanatical is one of the leading digital retailers of officially licensed PC titles, bringing you the fantastic deals of AAA... What is this, an ad? I just read a fucking ad. I just read an ad for this fucking website. I feel like a moron now.
That's hilarious.
All right, here we go.
How does it start right there? That's some shady shit.
You fucking bastards! You got me to promote your fucking website on here,
Fine.
unbeknownst to myself.
Edit that bullshit out.
Man, we just spiked the audio hard on that one. Anyway, so all right, let's get to the real.
Maybe no one will listen to that fucking ad now. Let's go 15 seconds into the future.
I hate myself for that one.
I hate myself.
I hate myself. All right, QuakeCon 2021 has certainly been uneventful so far, with plenty of announcements on upcoming titles like Deathloop, which is a PlayStation 5 exclusive, just so you know. But one classic title was the center of attention. The game has captured the hearts of millions of gamers since 2011. Open world RPG Elder Scrolls Skyrim saw players venture out into an unforgiving realm. I don't give a fuck about that. Talking about the game. If you haven't played Skyrim by this point, then I don't care.
I haven't played Skyrim.
Arriving on Steam PC and console sale, Xbox Series XS, Xbox One, PS5, PS4 is jam-packed. This jam-packed edition will launch on November 11th, 2021.
Jam-packed edition.
Not too long to go. If you're wondering what you'll get for your money, this is what's included.
Don't they have different DLCs and stuff?
Yes, they do have different DLCs. I even want to say that they put the fucking Oblivion features in it and Morrowind.
I've never played, so I just know.
It's just all the other Elder Scroll games. They added parts of those into Skyrim that you can travel to, and there's like more quests and shit.
What's the difference between Skyrim and Elder Scrolls?
Nothing. Elder Scrolls covers all of Tamriel, which is basically Middle Earth. We'll use Lord of the Rings as a reference. So Tamriel is just the one giant continent. Oblivion, Morrowind, Skyrim are all parts of that continent. And so each Elder Scrolls is a different part of Tamriel.
Oh, okay. So
Skyrim.
Is this called Elder Scrolls
Skyrim? Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. So Elder Scrolls 4.
So Skyrim is Elder Scrolls.
Elder Scrolls 4 was Oblivion, and Elder Scrolls 3 was Morrowind. Basically, each Elder Scrolls was a version of Tamriel. But
Skyrim is Elder Scrolls.
Skyrim is Elder Scrolls.
But is it a separate game?
It's a separate game, but each game, it's basically like...
That's confusing.
Each Elder Scrolls game. So you have Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim. Those are the top 3 right now because they're the most current generation ones if you want to consider like PS3 and shit current.
10 years ago.
So Elder Scrolls is like the genre, the game as a whole, essentially. Each game, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each game is basically a different part of that world with different stories, but they all tie together in a way.
So was like ESO Online?
ESO is just like an MMO version of all of Tamriel. So it's all the continents. So you have Skyrim, you have Morrowind, you have Oblivion, you have all these different locations in all of Tamriel. So ESO is essentially every region of Tamriel put into one game for an MMO. There's no real direct storyline. It has a bunch of quests and stuff and the factions from each one. But, you know, like, 'cause Skyrim's an ESO, and so is Morrowind and Oblivion. Like, all the locations from each of those regions in all of Tamriel are in ESO. Whereas each game on its individual self, like Skyrim, focuses only on that one region.
I see.
Does that make sense now?
Slightly.
Basically, it's, imagine Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
Okay?
We've already established I haven't seen Lord of the Rings.
Okay, what's the fucking... I don't know, man. I'll use Lord of the Rings, okay? So you obviously know, like, the Shire. You know parts of it, like Mordor.
Yeah.
So imagine, like, Lord of the Rings as a video game series. Imagine Lord of the Rings, Mordor, where it's all one game focused on everything in Mordor.
Okay.
Then you have Lord of the Rings, The Shire, which is all things focused in the Shire, which would be boring as shit, but this is just an example. That's kind of how Elder Scrolls is. Elder Scrolls is one giant region, like how Lord of the Rings is with Middle Earth. but Mordor and the Shire and everything is all part of Middle Earth.
So did they never have a game that was called Elder Scrolls before ESO Online?
They did, but it wasn't all of Tamriel. It was just like Elder Scrolls, and then one region of it, however long ago that was.
Which came first, Elder Scrolls or Skyrim?
Elder Scrolls came first. Skyrim is just a part of the Elder Scrolls world.
I'm just curious.
That's essentially what it is. Skyrim isn't just its own thing. It's Skyrim. It's not the Elder Scrolls Skyrim, even though that's the name of the game. It's the Elder Scrolls, which is like the whole of the series.
That's why
Skyrim is just a part of that series.
So that's why it's confusing to me.
Well, I mean, if you're not into it, you don't know.
Truth.
All right, so what's comes with it? To kick things off, Skyrim Anniversary Edition will feature all content currently available in Skyrim Special Edition. This includes the base game and 3 official extension add-ons, Dawnguard, Hearthfire, and Dragonborn. You'll also get remastered art and effects, volumetric god rays, dynamic depth in a field, screen space reflections, and new water and snow shaders. Like the Special Edition, you'll be able to use PC mods on consoles, allowing you to experience the new quests, environments, characters, dialogue, armor, weapons, blah, blah, blah. Bethesda's senior community, well, I don't give a fuck what she has to say. The Special Edition will also be getting a next-gen upgrade for the same day as the Anniversary Edition's release. Brand new feature, fishing. Fishing was now going to be added to Skyrim. I don't care, keep going. Creative extras. It's fishing. It's fucking fishing. Do you need to know more?
Fishing is boring.
You can't fish in Skyrim, but after this update, you will.
How many people? How much of an uproar has there been? We're like, guys, we need fucking fishing.
You can fish in ESO, and you can use the fish for like food and
how
health.
many of those people are just so outraged that are like, we need fucking fishing?
Let me tell you, in ESO and Red Dead especially, there is a lot of people that all they do is fish in the game.
Go fucking real fishing.
Or what if it's like when, let's say it's in the wintertime and they can't ice fish?
How about they go outside and do the activities that they're doing in game for real?
Why don't you go outside and play Call of Duty for real?
That's not the same. And
that's
technically,
murder.
We can. That's a little different.
So, going on. Creative extras. As mentioned earlier, the ability to use mods opens up a whole new level of gameplay enjoyment for Skyrim players.
I think Alicia's here.
I know. Okay. I said that. Skyrim Anniversary... Did I say that?
No, you did not.
I thought it. Skyrim Anniversary Edition will be jam-packed with 500 pieces of content courtesy of Bethesda Creation Club. These include mods from the community as well as Bethesda devs, giving you the new quests and dungeons to explore, new armor and weapons to add to your arsenal, and spells to master. Why wait? So, let's see.
That was exciting.
There's definitely a little bit more to this because where's the one?
Yep.
There's I know there was some backlash to this.
There was backlash to
the Anniversary Edition.
Simply because they're selling you the same fucking game?
No.
Are you talking about because they had to buy it again to use it on the next gen?
So the one thing that this didn't explain,
because it was like an upgrade or whatever.
So it didn't explain this. If you have the Special Edition, you get a free next gen upgrade.
Yeah.
If you don't, you got to buy the next gen upgrade, which it does not tell you the price of.
Interesting.
So, in order to get a lot of these features, you have to buy the Anniversary Edition.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, if you want a next gen upgrade, you got to buy the Anniversary Edition. That's what it is.
Most of the time, it's not the full game though.
No,
it's like a $15 upgrade.
See, I honestly think because I have Dawnguard,
it's like the price difference basically. And at least what I've seen from games that have the PS4 version and the PS5 version, if you don't get the free upgrade one to be able to upgrade, it's like $15 extra or something.
Yeah,
if you already own it.
I see. For me, I think I already have that Special Edition. I think I got it like years ago. Because I have all the expansions like Dawnguard and all that shit. I have all those expansions. So I'm pretty sure that I'm going to get a free upgrade anyway. So
is it going to be crossplay?
doesn't need to be.
Why?
There's no multiplayer.
Oh. Well, I think it'd be cross.
You didn't know that, did you?
No.
Yeah,
I was thinking of ESO.
Yeah, it's not ESO.
That's what I mean.
And
that's why it's confusing to me.
Alicia has explained to me thousands of times that every time I bring up like, oh, can you do this? She's like, babe, this isn't Skyrim. This is ESO.
That's what I'm saying. That's why it's confusing to me.
It's not the same. It's a different.
It's the same, but
it's in the same location. It's just a different game.
Like it's the same, but it's not.
Yeah,
that's pretty much what I'm hearing.
ESO is an MMO. Skyrim is an RPG.
It's, well, MMORPG, I think.
But there's no MMO in Skyrim because it's just an RPG.
I get
ESO is an MMORPG. Skyrim is just an RPG.
Just MMORPG Archard.
You can't play with anybody else on
It just
Skyrim.
makes me
It's
think of-
single player only.
It literally makes me think of that South Park episode.
All right, let's talk about Vanguard.
Let's talk about shit.
Let's talk about Vanguard as briefly as we possibly can.
Hey, remember that turd that you dropped like 30 minutes ago? We're gonna talk about it.
So, COD players flame Vanguard's graphics. It looks like Nintendo DS. The Call of Duty community has mixed reactions on Vanguard's alpha, with the loudest roasting the game's console graphics likened to the Nintendo DS.
Bro, I'm telling you, it's not good.
Among more colorful language, the community is less than delighted. Call of Duty and PlayStation have a deal in place, which means PS players get access to more stuff and earlier stuff than PC and Xbox counterparts. Such is the case in Vanguard's alpha, which is exclusive to PS4 and PS5. Oh, so you can only get that if you're on PlayStation.
You what?
The alpha.
Yeah, it's only been that's part of the controversy right now is that the closed alpha has only been available to PlayStation people. Literally nobody else.
I know.
It's because of exclusivity and shit again. That's the whole reason that what is it? The Zombies Outbreak mode or not Outbreak. It's Onslaught. Onslaught has been exclusive to PlayStation the whole time that Cold War has been out.
Oh yeah, like the Spec Ops modes.
Yes.
Spec Ops
until I think
November.
Until November.
Modern Warfare's so
that was only for a couple months. That wasn't for a whole year.
Unlike Modern Warfare, Spec Ops, Modern Warfare had certain Spec Ops modes exclusive for PlayStation for 1 full year, and everyone was pissed because they're like, "Why would you're literally you're making me wait a whole year for this?"
And it does you'll never play it after that.
At that
basically.
point, no one's gonna play it anymore.
Correct, because
you're
this
giving
whole
it to us
mode,
when it doesn't matter anymore.
This whole Zombies mode has been only available to PlayStation this entire time,
and
it'll become available. There's a fucking hair on my.
It'll become available like several months later, but the whole
it's not becoming available until November. Basically, when was it November?
So 6
October,
months after the game.
No,
came
it's
out.
a full year.
Oh, really?
Yes.
They did the full year thing again.
It's still not available to people on Xbox or PC right now.
And at that point, no one's going to play it. There's going to be another Call of Duty out.
So this one might be a little bit different because I know that Treyarch is handling the zombies.
Okay, and?
So if it's tied together, people might still play it. You know what I mean? You see what I mean?
Who knows? All right, so Call of Duty. So, unfortunately, while alphas are usually expected to look less polished than their final product, the return to PlayStation graphics has left streamers and fans heated. One clip in particular has gotten the ire of players, with people reacting and claiming the graphics look like they're from a Nintendo DS or the year 2000. Above all else, many just seem uninspired by the first look.
It's pretty trash. So, and
we're going to play it right now.
It's not good.
That doesn't look good at all.
So Exclusive Ace did a video on it, and he was talking about all of the cover on the map is basically not actually cover. It's just concealment because you can shoot. It's like everything is just paper thin. You can shoot through everything. You can wall bang. You've got the free fire shit too. Like you put your gun up here and you start fucking firing.
Blind fire?
Yeah, that's what it was. I was thinking free fire.
As you can see in the clip, the graphics aren't particularly impressive that could be attributed to being an alpha as well as the perils of Twitter compression. Also, the PlayStation exclusivity. JGod said, who called it insane for the first look at COD 2021, take a look at limited console visuals. He said, insane that we people can only show off or see console gameplay for people's first impressions of Vanguard. When it looks better graphically than Modern Warfare 2019 Warzone, but you would never know that from what is being posted. Should be tons of 1440 and 4K 60 frame with 120 field of view gameplay being posted, but no.
See, I don't think that's fair either, because the majority of people that do play the game are on console.
Yeah.
Like in reality,
like I said before,
I actually hate. I really do hate when all I see of gameplay is only PC, because I know that's not how it's gonna fucking look.
No, I know.
Like 80% of the player base.
Concern over the impression people are getting from gameplay, JGod reinforces that the game is actually a graphical improvement over its predecessors. It looks better graphically than Modern Warfare 2019 Warzone, but you would never know from it being posted. Now, why are you quoting the tweet? While many players aren't bothered by the alpha's presentation, seeing as what it is, a test of bugs in gameplay, a loud group isn't pleased. The overreaching theme seems to be a game of 2013's PS4 shouldn't look like it's from 2004's Nintendo DS. And that's pretty much it. Honestly, I guess my point still stands. Vanguard's going to be complete asshole when you play it, and there's nothing.
Yeah, and it's dropping around all of the shit that's all the new games that are coming out that people cannot wait to play, and it's coming out after them. Like, come the fuck on.
All right, so let's talk about Soulja Boy. Watch me. Ooh. Fucking weirdo. Anyway, so
watch me. Oh,
watch me. Ooh. All right, we're gonna watch. So this is Soulja Boy claiming that he owns Atari now. Let's watch.
You might have to give credit to whoever's videos these are.
This video is.
I mean, in the description on YouTube.
This is Bid TV.
You'll have to like link them and shit.
This is Bid TV posting his video on this. This is a long and
at Soulja Boy game. They signed me to a deal to Atari. Big shout out to Atari, the whole staff. I'm about to revamp the company. We're going to take Atari to the next level. Everybody go follow at Atari. I am now the owner of Atari. I own the video game company Atari. Ha ha. They was real proud of me of what I did with the Soulja Boy game console. You know what I'm saying? I blew Soulja Boy game up. We about to sell the company for like, was it 100? I think
we're about to steal the company.
40 million. I'm gonna get like 100. I'm finna get $140 million from Soulja Boy game. So Atari reached out and I just signed a deal with Atari. I signed 2 deals with Atari. I'm the owner. First rapper to own a video game company.
Bro.
Follow at Atari.
Like, he's pushing Atari shit too. Level, like, he's like, yeah, yo,
he's
guys,
wearing,
go fucking
he's
follow.
wearing
Follow
an Atari hat. He's wearing an Atari hoodie.
Y'all know what it
mute
is.
us so it doesn't
It's your boy, Soulja
echo.
Boy. Thank you to my fans. I couldn't have did it without y'all. You know what I'm saying? I just signed Tom Hanks' son. Chet Hanks.
Did he just
got
say
some
Tom
fire
Hanks?
music coming out.
This man just said Tom Hanks.
So y'all be on the lookout for his music too. We're gonna I'm gonna do a country music album on him.
What the fuck, dude?
What is this, Old Town
Road?
Road?
From the 9 finna drop.
You trying to be a little nasty? What's up?
Album, the new SOD. Everybody in here, copper bags. I'm gonna shout y'all out. Good morning to all my fans.
He's gonna be the next Cowboy Troy.
What is he smoking? I mean, I know. I mean, there's more than weed in that shit, dude. What a fucking delusional weirdo. How he thinks that he owns Atari. Did you hear what he said?
And he said he signed deals with Atari.
He signed deals with Atari and blah, 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 blah. He said, I'm officially owner. And then he's talking about, you know what he said?
I'm the owner.
So he was talking about, I think it's going to get into this in a second.
That's a long ass article.
But he was talking about, no, it's not.
Oh, okay.
It's like the shortest article we have.
Never mind.
So, all right. So Soldier Boy, yeah. So he has.
Imagine being at Atari and they're like, "Yo, you seen the new Soldier Boy video?" No. He says that he owns us. Explain. Get on the phone.
Dude,
fucking shut this shit down now.
what a fucking weirdo. All right, hang on, let me read this. So the rapper Soulja Boy has an interesting past with gaming, including making his own bootleg consoles that never saw public release. Now he's making a new bold claim that this time alleging that he owns Atari. It didn't take long for the companies effectively shut down his boast with a short but to the point statement. Oh, Soulja Boy, when will you learn? After his first attempt at breaking into the gaming industry as a console manufacturer was ripped apart because he got sued by Nintendo, the rapper continued to try to find his entry point. The first attempt making his own console began in 2019 when he tried to peddle a new design. Immediately was met with a cease and desist notifications from major companies in the business. Previously, the rapper took pot shots at former Nintendo president Reggie Fils-Aimé when he said he made him retire. So, Soulja Boy claims that he made the CEO of Nintendo retire. He's like, man, he didn't want to support me, and I fucked him. He retired because of me.
I feel like this was mentioned in one of the articles that we covered. For
I think it was
his second console attempt.
It was, yeah, which was also shut down. Anyway, when he made numerous jokes and utter silence, it looks like Soulja Boy is ready to crank that gaming. Oh, here we go, more Soulja Boy jokes.
Every article does this.
I know. I was waiting for it. Crank the gaming market once more. Though once more, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense.
Every article.
In a new video seen at the top, Soulja Boy can be heard claiming that Atari was wowed by the success of his bootleg systems. And upon seeing his new line flourishing, they offered him the company for $140 million.
So he didn't even buy shares. This was offered to him.
He claims he wasn't shares. They said he offered them for $140 million.
Someone get this man a mental health eval.
So he's putting numbers to his claim, which is interesting, while also stating he signed not one but two deals with Atari after
Tom Hanks.
And Tom Hanks. After his claims of being the first rapper to own a video game company, Atari quickly shot out the following small message. We know that CEO of Atari is a dream job. No, it's not. Atari's a sinking ship. No, it's not. Anyway. But that honor belongs to Wade Rosen. So there's that. It's clear that Soulja Boy will never leave the monetary opportunities that the gaming industry has offered given his past social media encounters, his streaming presence, and his launched esports organization. But claiming the owner of Atari, that's a bold choice. He even asked Tony Hawk if the pro skater would like to help him make a new video game. What? What?
He even remastered. He had his original games, like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, remastered. They look phenomenal. To be fair.
Know that I know Tony Hawk remastered them, but I mean, like, for Soulja Boy to be like, hey,
nobody bought them.
No, nobody bought them.
Nobody cares. The only people that bought them were people that fucking loved playing them back in the day, or they were like, oh, I want to see what it looks like, and then never played them again.
No.
Like,
Anyway.
I'm ashamed that I bought them because I played them twice.
Yeah. So let's keep going. Given his response to critique and other companies showing direct comparisons to already available products, so that was the other thing. His emulators, they were already on the market. Same emulators. Only thing he did was just added his graphics and put them in his store. He was reselling emulators and saying they were his console.
So he was stealing emulators, putting his name basically on them, and then
upping and then selling them, trying to sell them for a profit.
And then stealing Nintendo's name. Basically.
Yeah.
He's stealing on.
It was funny because the emulator.
Facets.
Have you ever seen what the emulator looked like? It looked like an Xbox One, like the small one, with a PlayStation controller.
Yeah, we looked at that.
All right, let's keep going.
I think it was the headline picture for the article that we had read last time.
So, given his response to critiquing companies showing direct comparisons of his available products, the launch seems likely to face issues similar to his attempt. To be fair, go after your goals. Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yada yada yada. If that means, if that's what you want to do, don't let those ambitions get ground into dust. That being said, let's make sure that the made from scratch console isn't made from other consoles already out on the market. So, all right, here's the other funny thing. So he said that they offered him $140 million. That is not what happened. Here's Soulja Boy's response to this. All right, hang on. Let me read this article too. I'm making sure that.
What is with these ads? God damn.
So this is his response. I signed 2 deals with Atari, says Soulja Boy on Twitter. We're going to make the next level. Know what I'm saying? Oh, hang on.
Know what I'm saying?
So the denial seemed to get Soulja Boy worked up. He took to Instagram to live to attack the company, showing what appeared to be an Atari contract offering millions of tokens. So what happened was Atari offered him their cryptocurrency.
Okay.
Because Atari has been trying to dive into the crypto market with their Atari tokens.
They have Atari tokens?
Yes.
What does Atari even sell?
They tried making a new console, which failed.
Like a
and
remastered console?
Now they are into the gambling game market. Like slots and shit.
Sluts? I like sluts.
I like sluts too. So then he said, after the offering millions of tokens to the rapper, he says, "Fuck this contract, fuck Atari." The rapper says, "Don't call me no more. Don't attach my name to y'all name." Atari has dipped its toe in the cryptocurrency world with the Atari token, but it's unclear if the contract Soulja Boy appeared to show off in the video is legit. But Atari is refusing to acknowledge the latest video, so probably not. We're learning.
Dude,
we're leaning
this
towards
fucking
no.
ad?
I don't know what this ad is.
It's like there's a million of them.
I know.
That's me.
Who's calling you now?
That would be my apartments.
Do you need to answer this?
No, it's they're just probably getting me up to speed because my lease is renewing.
So let's look up Soulja Boy's response because it's pretty funny.
Because I have my lease is going to renew and I'm just going to renew for the whole time, knowing that I can get out of it because I have orders, and they don't have a choice.
No. All right, so
this is his response.
Yeah.
Okay.
God, he looks so weird.
Well, I mean, he's always looked weird.
All right. Here's his response. I have to mute our mics for this.
Follow at Soulja Boy Gang. I suppose y'all got me up. What? Don't never get on the internet trying to play with me about nothing. Y'all company call me. Talking about bring y'all company back. I don't even heard of y'all play Sega and Nintendo. I never played Atari. Talking about, hold on. Look at this. Send me 2 contracts, 13 pages. Y'all send me 30 y'all got me up. I suppose the whole talking about never capped.
So for those that
in
don't know
life.
why there's skips in
Somebody
audio,
never
it's
lied
because
about
censoring
nothing. Y'all
his language.
said whatever the y'all said. Don't make it seem like I'm lying. You talking about fuck Atari? Y'all me help me. I'm the hottest rapper in the game. Ricky Morty #1. You make it clap #1. Ain't nobody thinking about no Atari. You talking about? I ain't never even played Atari. I play Sonic. I play Sega. I play Nintendo. Y'all call me, ask me to help y'all. Now you know what?
Wasn't Sonic Atari?
No, Sonic was Sega.
Well, and that's what I mean. It wasn't Sega Atari?
No.
Oh, they weren't owned by the same company?
No. So.
Are we not muted anymore?
No, we're not muted anymore.
Okay, cool.
So, this fucking retard.
I hate that video. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna hate this whole portion of that simply because of all the bleeps.
I know they bleeped out everything, bitch, ass. I'm like, bleep the N-word.
Everything. It's on the internet. It doesn't fucking matter.
Dude, let me see if I can find the actual like.
I don't even want to watch an actual one now. Like,
Well,
that killed it for me. Like, we're on the internet. We're not. There's no FCC. That's why streaming is better than TV.
I want to hear this.
No, don't show this fucking ad. We don't get free advertising.
I'm not trying to. I'm not even showing it. I'm on our camera right now.
We can hear it.
Yeah, no, you can't. This is a long ad, and I don't know why.
Fuck your phone.
I want to make sure that this ad isn't like.
You should mute
Or
it.
this video is like, if he says stupid shit. Shit. Hang on, let me see. They censored it too.
Yeah, that we're never gonna see the original.
No. So basically, he was showing like receipts that he had,
Quote unquote.
and quote unquote. And they just offered him like crypto, and it amounted to like a total of like maybe $100,000, maybe.
It's still a lot though.
But that was their way of pushing crypto.
Okay.
So their crypto it's a shit coin. Like Dogecoin's worth more than that. So it's even fucking funnier the fact that like he thought he owned Atari because they're like, they gave me $140 million. Like, no, they give you like a fuck ton of their crypto, which amounted to like a decent amount for anybody, but like that was their way of trying to push their crypto at you. They didn't offer you like shares and ownership or anything like that, and they haven't even confirmed whether or not they actually did that. So he claimed that he
the crypto thing.
well when he showed like the sheets, he's like the quote unquote documentation that he had,
The
contracts. It was basically all fucking Atari tokens, and those Atari tokens they're not worth shit. They're really not worth shit. So he's like, I own them. Like, no, you don't, dude. You don't own anything. Like, you, in fact, like the fact that you even want to like show that you own Atari coin is like, the guy he's so fucking delusional. It's insane.
Clearly.
I don't even know what to call him. Like, he's just so delusional. Like, he needs help. He's trying to stay as relevant as he possibly can, but he's not staying relevant in the good way.
Yeah. If this were someone that wasn't super famous, they would be committed.
Oh, I'm sure he would. It's
I don't even know how.
he's like, I don't need you guys. I'm doing good.
How rich is he now? Well, I know he streams on Twitch. Too.
You want to find out how much he's worth?
Because he streams, right? That's I think that's where most of his money nowadays comes from.
Let's find out.
It's because he streams video games. Like he
Soulja Boy's net worth updated 2021. All right, let's find out.
Why did they have graphics for all these?
He's only 30 years old. He's from
Yeah,
Chicago.
he's actually really
he's
young.
from Chicago. Oh fuck.
That's shocking.
No, hang on. What I was gonna say earlier that I just didn't is that I mean, like, him reselling emulators for like a lot of money for profit is kind of like a hustle you'd see somebody, because I've been on the south side of Chicago and I've seen them selling bootleg shit before.
Yeah.
I'm like, that sounds like something like I'd see in Chicago, people doing like at like in like downtown Chicago, where people are like reselling bootleg shit, and it says he's from Chicago.
It's funny.
I know. Let's find out how much he's worth.
I don't care about his career.
Oh, yeah, I don't care about
I
his
don't care about any of
career.
this bullshit. Give me a fucking number.
I'm still scrolling.
Literally don't care about any of this. None of this. Zero.
Why are we reading quotes?
Nobody cares. Success? Nope.
Fuck this article.
Yeah. Oh, summary. We were almost there.
Really?
We were almost there. And now it's going.
This might actually get to the point more clear.
30 million. See, look at that.
Net
Fucking-
worth of $30 million,
Let me
which
just-
is respectable.
Yeah. Which is
You know,
probably
especially
all.
because like he hasn't had a hit since 07.
He's had 2 hits.
What's the other one? I only know of like fucking
Kiss Me
Superman
Through-
that hoe or
Kiss
whatever.
Me
the
Through
fuck.
the phone. That was a big one.
That was him?
Yeah.
Okay. And he topped Billboard charts. Reached number 4 on the Billboard in 2007. So, I mean...
And I think most of that still probably comes from a lot of that revenue.
I'm sure it does. But the whole...
He was like 18 when he dropped that shit.
Yeah, he
if
was
not
young.
younger.
He was young. Okay, so the
Wait,
whole...
no, he's the same age as me. So if he dropped that in 2007, we were the same age.
How old were you in 2007? 16?
16.
So yeah, like...
Why did I have to think about that?
He had all of his face tattoos removed. Oh, so he can transition into roles in film and television. He got his first face tattoo when he was 16, much to his mother's disapproval. I don't know why I'm reading this.
How did he even get the tattoo then?
I'm sure somebody gave it to him. I'm
Yeah,
sure a
it's
buddy of his did it.
Yeah, it's true.
It's not. It's
You got
not,
connections, so.
That's not uncommon. Like, I've seen a lot. Like, young people get tattoos from their buddies.
Well, I mean, if you're from the South Side, I'm sure you got connections. So.
Well, no, not even that. But like, you can literally. I know people here that get tattoos at a young age. My sister got a tattoo when she was fucking 17. Like, if you know people that like, it's not hard. Like, you can get your own tattoo kits, or a friend of yours that's of age can get his own tattoo kit and just do shit on you.
Did he get a teardrop?
I don't know what he got.
I bet it was.
But anyways, the delusion of this guy is fucking wild. I'm
Clearly.
like, damn, dude. Like, you
Look how young
really,
that
you
picture is,
really
too.
are. Yeah, that's an old ass picture. Like, dude, that is him trying to dive into the gaming world is like me trying to dive into the podcasting world. I'm trying to be relevant in any way possible. The only thing is, I'm not doing.
You should just claim owning like Joe Rogan's podcast or something.
I'm basically the Joe Rogan of gaming. That's like me saying that, even though I'm not. I mean, they do call us the Blacklisted Gaming Podcast. I call myself the Blacklisted Gaming Podcast for a reason. Like, it's very offensive. Very.
It's fair. You could market it.
That's exactly how I market it. I even tell people, like, we're called Blacklisted for a reason.
Truth.
You should listen to our podcast sometime to find out why.
You can give them specific episodes that we know that we talk about.
I actually have a hard time when people are like, do you have a recommended episode to listen to? I'm like, I mean,
I basically tell them all the ones that I'm on just because depending, like if it's a veteran, I tell them to listen to those on because those are more veteran focused.
yeah. I mean, I'm the same way. I'm like, just if like we had a long break for a while, I said don't listen to the earlier episodes because we were still trying to figure shit out tech wise.
Some of them annoy the fuck out of me.
I know.
Because
What do you mean? Because the audio?
Yes.
Oh, I know. You know why? Because I was using that Yeti microphone right here.
But I know you would have the
for those that are
microphone,
watching
like, in
this,
the middle. Or
this is the
whatever.
microphone that I was using for the longest time podcasting, and I was using it omnidirectional mode so that you can hear everyone. We would have one mic in the center of the table,
fucking
two
horrendous.
people talking to
I hated it.
It was bad.
I hate it.
Hey, dude, not every. It was one of those things that I knew going into it that I wasn't gonna get it right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, everybody starts somewhere. But every episode wasn't like that. You could tell the ones where you went to somebody else's house and you guys were doing an episode.
Yes,
Those were the ones that I
the earlier ones. Those are the ones that you hate.
Those are the ones that I hated. Yeah, just because the audio annoyed the fuck out of me.
I think the one with Brandon, which was the one about the game Crackdown, that was the first time I ever used two mics. And the other thing I was doing was I was using USB mics.
Oh, the one of your friends also that you kept you always have to tell it to talk into the mic.
Mike?
Is that the one I met?
Yeah.
That's right, because I remember commenting to him about it when he was here.
To be fair, it was kind of hard to do that because at first when you were here, you had to use the same thing we were using, the stand.
Ah.
So remembering to keep that, like, it's not like the booms where you can just pull it to your face as you move.
Yep.
Like, the mic stand was different because it was cumbersome in a way. And
Trust me, I know.
And you don't think about it.
I wish we'd have video recorded those.
I'm glad we didn't video record those.
Because that shit would have been hilarious to see me
Video
just, like,
recording these podcasts was
all
something I always wanted to
hunched
do,
up.
but I didn't have the know-how to do it at the time, and I didn't have the technology to do it at the time. Now I do, and I have know-how. I mean, like, obviously, this is probably going to be the best-looking video recorded episode I've ever done.
Probably.
I can promise you
I'm
it is.
really excited to see the TikToks that you clip out.
Oh, wait till we get to the rest of the fucking shit that we're doing. Now that all the topics are done.
Oh, because of my host story?
While you do that, I'm going to try to find some horrible or hilarious things for you.
Lord. I don't know. I think you might want to hear the whole story, though.
Do you want me to... Here, you want me to take another break that I'll annotate right here so that I can find everything I want to show you?
Did you put the last break in there, too?
Yep, I did.
The third one?
Yep.
Was there a third one?
There was only 2.
Was there only 2?
I pissed and I took a shit.
I could have swore.
Nope, there was only 2.
Okay, go.
All right, we're back. Okay, so Doc, I want your professional medical opinion
Even though
on
we
this
technically
shit.
never left. Is it? Have you been searching for the same video?
No.
How many fucking
this one
videos
took
did you
me
find?
this one took me a bit to find.
You found 4 videos.
All right, let's look.
Lord.
These are all on YouTube, so I know it's going to be okay.
Did it snap?
I don't know.
I can't. It's too fast. I can't tell. So it looks like he just broke his ankle.
He fucking folded in half.
No, he did not. His ankle may have.
Look, he locked. Look, I like how he didn't do a proper PLF upon landing. I will point that out.
Yeah, you're supposed to tumble and roll. Yeah, he just put everything onto his legs.
And so this goes into
It's the energy that he's going into and is all compiling into his legs. That's why you're supposed to roll.
This actually reminds me of this video. Hang on.
Lord, here we go. Like, that's why they teach you to roll, and that's why parkour, you always see them like tuck and rolling, because that momentum and that inertia cannot be compiled into one area of the body. You need to spread it out.
So one of the things that he did wrong was that he reached for the ground when he jumped. And I'm going to do a breakdown of this fucking video here. And you being a corpsman and this guy being a paratrooper, and you not being airborne, though, you wouldn't know what he did wrong. You just would assume that he just fucking broke his leg. But, like, I can
especially
identify...
from the perspective, I probably wouldn't be able to see what's going on.
All right, let me...
Because it looks like it's from, like, a GoPro.
It's... Here.
Yeah, let's not have that sound.
All laughs and jokes.
What's up, sir?
What's up, sir? Yeah, he's descending now, for those that are listening. Listen.
Help! Oh, God! I broke my leg, dude! Don't hurt me too much. It fucking hurts so bad. Oh, God. Oh, God, it hurts so fucking bad. Oh, God.
Airborne. I used to do that shit all the time.
Break your leg?
No, jump out of the fucking plane.
God! The right one!
So...
Oh, Jim, man, that fucking sucks! Oh, oh, God.
So I'm gonna tell you, you know what the medics do when you do this, especially if it's your femur, which it usually is in this case. I can let me do a quick breakdown of what he did wrong here. So,
Oh, he broke his femur.
Better do
most
something.
definitely broke his fucking femur.
Oh, that's horrendous.
Why do you think he was screaming in pain like that?
Breaking any bone does not feel good. You're gonna scream in pain.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, let's not listen to that.
All right, so I'm gonna do a quick breakdown of what he did wrong here.
I feel like you can just tell me.
Well, as he's going down, okay, first thing, he's doing everything right here. He's trying to get his slip going so he can avoid the road. And then he released his gear, which is what you're supposed to do. Now, right around here, he's looking at the ground, which you're not supposed to do. You're supposed to keep your eyes up here. He looks at the ground right around here. Here's why you don't do that. When you look at the ground, you anticipate impact and you reach for the ground subconsciously. You're not actively trying to do that. Your body just naturally just stretches and reaches for it, which when you are doing a PLF, when you're jumping, you're supposed to keep your feet and knees together and your knees slightly bent forward so that your body can just take the impact. So him doing that, looking, even though it like doesn't look like it right away because he got his GoPro on his fucking Rhino mount, you can tell the way his head drops a little bit, he's looking down at the ground. So he reached for the ground and locked his knees.
Oh, okay.
And when you do that, when you hit the ground that hard, you are going to snap your fucking femur.
Absolutely.
So here's what the medics do on the DZ when you land.
Probably have to tourniquet you.
Nope. They reset it.
If it's closed, maybe.
When most of the time from the medics
Are you
on
sure you're getting the right bone?
the medics on the DZ have told me this. Usually when you break your femur on one of these jumps, it breaks and goes like it breaks and goes like that, right? It separates and slides next to each other. They have to reset it and apply a splint. So what they'll do is they'll put one foot in your dick.
Are you sure you know where the femur is, right?
It's your thigh bone.
Okay. All right. I'm just making sure we're getting the right bone here.
So what they'll do is they'll grab you, like they'll put your foot in their chest. They'll put one foot in your groin, and they'll pull, turn, and reset it. They'll pop that bitch right back in.
That's not good.
Well, they'll hold it, and then the other guy will splint you.
They
So
should splint how it is.
depending on how bad it is, usually a lot of times on these breaks, they'll fucking
No,
they'll just splint it right where it's at.
you're supposed to, especially when it's a femur fracture of all things, because
Your
your
femoral artery.
fucking artery is over there. Yes, and they could have internal bleeding.
Yeah,
and you don't even know it.
that's why you tourniquet it.
That can be one of the reasons that you can. Yes.
So I don't know if it's every case that they do this. This is what a medic told me.
This is why corpsmen are better.
Listen, man, we're not gonna get in this fucking argument again.
I'm just saying.
So that guy fucking reached for the.
I see so many things
So he
that
reached.
medics
He
do.
reached for the ground and locked his knees, and this is why they say.
All you had to say is he locked his knees, and I would have immediately already understood.
All right, let's go to the next one. Tell me how you think. So this is the guy this is Shaggy from Insane Clown Posse.
I'm like, is this a fucking music video here?
No.
Ow, parkour! I broke my arm! My arm's broken!
He said he broke his arm.
Watch.
Oh, damn.
Parkour!
He said parkour.
Oh, parkour! Oh, I broke my arm.
That's a bad angle to be able to truly see what. Even in slow motion, I'm like, what did he even do?
He's extended his arm outward and landed on it and snapped. They showed it in slow mo.
Go back to slow mo. Not far enough. Nope, still not far enough.
You see it there?
Okay. And it looks like he broke his.
Is his radius or his humerus? Oh yeah. I couldn't tell if it was his radius or his humerus.
So, your terminology is off. Radius and the ulna.
Okay, so the radius.
No, you have two bones here, radius and ulna. And then there's the humerus.
Right. I couldn't tell. Okay. You got what I was getting at when it came to the fucking forearm versus the upper
Well,
arm.
you were missing a whole bone.
Who cares? The whole point I was trying to get at, I'm like, did he break it below the elbow or above?
It looks like it's above.
It's definitely above. When you look at it right there, it's that you can see that it's above.
What the hell's calling me now? Oh, U.S. government. I already know what that's about. The hospital calls me for appointment reminders when I have appointments.
Oh yeah.
It's automatic.
You think he's gonna be okay?
It's just a bump. Like it looks bad.
I like how it goes backwards.
This is why I don't do shit. Have you seen the milk crate challenge going on?
Oh my god, yes.
I have not.
I don't understand the whole point of that.
I'm literally yet to see an actual video of someone doing it, but I've seen like a doctor TikTok that I follow. Like he actually makes some legit shit, but he talked about like, don't fucking do this. You're an idiot. And he was talking about all the injuries that you can get, and he showed some clips of people that were doing it, and I'm like, who thinks of this shit? This is the Tide Pod generation right here.
Yeah, it is.
Example.
All right.
Where are they even getting these milk crates though? I've never seen that many.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Where the fuck are these milk crates coming from?
I've never seen that many milk crates in any location.
Except a grocery store, like in the stock in the back.
Even still,
yeah, it's like, where the fuck are you getting all this shit, man? All right, tell me. Let's.
Are these all breaks?
No, this one's not. Every time I fucking switch scenes, it just goes. Yeah.
Wait, why am I looking at ass right now?
So this couple's fighting on this balcony.
Oh, they're fighting. He looked like he landed on his back and his head probably.
Apparently, they're both fine.
I mean, it's not a far drop.
No.
And it could also, if they're...
You don't have to have a fall drop if you land on your fucking skull.
Well, yeah. But, I mean, so also part of it is if they had alcohol in their system.
Oh, because they're all loose.
Yeah.
Nice and limber, not stiffed up and crushing their skulls in.
I mean, that's why drunk drivers
So what do you think? What do you think these guys... Yeah. Why do you think these guys... So injury-wise, what do you think they got?
Well, the look from the way the car was in the way. If the car was moving, it would be a little bit better. The guy likely had a concussion from the way that he landed.
And what do you think about her?
Let me see again.
Okay.
Oh, man.
I'm hitting the scene button over and over again as just doing that. That was insanely unintentional that a scene swap. I didn't expect a replay like. And once I saw I was doing that, I just kept hitting 4, hitting the scene button just over. And I was like, "Oh, it's right when you need to see."
What's it gonna look like on that though? Is it switching scenes just over and over?
No, it's just replaying what you see on there. It's capturing everything that you see on this monitor.
Yeah, but when you said you were hitting the scene button.
Yeah, hitting. Okay, so I hit scene 4, right? This is where it's at. I just hit 4.
Oh, it doesn't actually change the scene. It's already in the scene. Why does it go to that part?
I don't know, man. I don't know why it does that.
It's just at that part.
We're literally laughing at people falling off a balcony onto their faces and just hitting repeat.
Well, this is what made America's Funniest Home Videos popular, is people getting injured.
Did you ever watch like the fucking they were like foreign comedy shows, and they basically showcase shit like this, and they just like put on weird funny sounds and hit replay, and you're looking at them in the video, you're like, that person's not okay. They're fucked up.
You ever seen the show MXC?
Most Extreme Elimination Challenge? Yeah.
That's where like Wipeout and shit was created from, was because of that show.
All right. I have not seen this one. I've only ever heard it. So this guy's taking a piss.
He's pissing on the tree. Front view of dick right now.
No, you can't see his dick.
Yeah, that's good. Shame for him then. The fucking pole?
It was a live electrical wire. Do you think he's okay?
No.
You don't think he's okay?
If he lived overall, he's gonna have some burns for sure.
Yeah, he took a fucking lightning rod to the penis.
Like, his dick is probably burned. Gone.
I like how he just completely disappears. Watch. Right there.
Yeah, so basically, his urine stream was the conductor for the electricity to go up, and then the lightning or the electricity went through his body, and it.
I have no idea. I don't know where he went.
I don't know where he went either. But the lightning would have still been going through his body until he hit the ground again, and the lightning could disperse into the ground.
Right.
So he's gonna have burns at the insertion point
And the
so his
exit.
dick,
And the exit
And the
was
exit.
probably his
Yeah.
asshole.
and along with internal shit going on.
Oh, yeah,
if he's
dude.
still alive, and his dick's probably gone.
I just thought I'd add that little fun segment.
That was the last video.
Yeah, that was the last one, yeah. I thought I'd add that little fun
It's too bad we can't have like the cornhole one.
Oh, the corn
For,
I mean,
like-
we could watch it, and you just won't be able to see it.
I mean, I've already seen it. It's not the same though. It's not as genuine.
You
as
want
the
some
last-
gross shit?
No, I don't. We've this.
What is
save it.
one thing? What is the
Maybe
one
save
thing
it
that
for
makes
next
you
time.
like uncomfortable to watch?
There's very few things, honestly.
Yeah, but what are the few things?
I really don't know, honestly.
What about eyeball stuff?
I'm more awkward in situations where people are talking about death or like someone close to them died, and I'm like,
'Cause you
I'm
can't relate to it?
sorry. No, mostly just because.
Bring your
I've-
mic closer.
Yeah.
That's too close, but go on.
Mostly because I've dealt with a lot of it in my life and at a very young age, and then throughout that, like, it just doesn't really affect me anymore. To where
Trauma.
I feel
So trauma.
Well, yeah, but I feel weird when other people are talking about it because I'm like, I seem like an asshole
Because it's not your trauma.
because I'm less empathetic for it, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry.
All right, so let's let's go on to your host story.
I'm gonna start this one from the beginning.
I am so excited for this.
God. So back in some of my hoe times, this was really close to when I had first gotten to Greenside. So I was on Tinder, as one does. Found this girl, redhead.
Okay.
Went on a date with her. She had sent some pictures, and I was like, cool, she sent me her address. She was living with a friend at the time. She lived with this friend for a while, actually, until we had ended up getting an apartment. But she was at her friend's house for a while. Went on some dates, and she was a stripper.
Shocker. Go
Yeah,
on.
I know. I didn't actually know that she was a stripper for a couple of dates, though. She kind of hid it.
How long were you dating this girl?
I want to change the terminology to how long was I trapped with this girl?
Okay. All right. How long were you trapped with this girl?
About almost a year.
Oh my God. Okay. Go on.
Actually, a little over a year. I think it was a little over a year. Yeah, I think it was actually over. It was over a year. So
How long into this whole entrapment did you find out she had multiple personality disorder?
that was not for a while, actually, because I'd always known she was fucking crazy. A couple months later, I realized this bitch is fucking
I've
crazy.
learned that it usually around the 3-month period is when you can find out if someone's nuts.
So I always known that she.
Which actually thinking about it, me and Alicia are at a 4-month period. This is about that time now. It's about that time.
I've always known that she was crazy. Like she's also borderline personality.
This sounds like one of my exes. I
Well,
dated a
borderline
chick-
personality is very popular. Not
Yeah.
popular, but like it's very prevalent.
Common?
It's one of the it's super common. And you don't usually notice it. Most people don't notice it until later on. There's red flags that you can kind of start picking up on when you're privy
Such
to
as?
it. Giving very, very, very personal details very early on in the relationship. Let's say like a sexual abuse from when they were a kid,
Okay.
and talking about that in detail,
Oh God.
like less than a month before into the relationship. Like really intimate type stuff very early on. Those types of things. Just as an example.
That just seems like a general red flag.
Yeah, generally. They're usually phenomenal in bed, which she was. So, sort of. But they're usually phenomenal in bed because they use that as part of the way to get the other person in. Because it's like how they get them to like them. It's their way of feeling wanted.
Physically?
Yes.
Is by just
Well, in general, they equate
no,
it both.
that explains why
And
my
both-
ex was like that.
Yes. So that's why they say crazy people are usually good in bed, is because they use that as that's how they feel desired, and it's
Because their personality is shit.
well, it's really deep rooted, and it's like a never ending cycle, and it comes off like when you look at the reasoning why they do it, it's actually kind of sad, but it's not an excuse.
No, it's not.
It's not an excuse. So I found out that this girl was crazy throughout the relationship, but sadly I didn't truly find out. Actually, well, I should have fucking found out. So I'm an idiot in this situation because there's at least 3 times that I should have been like gone, but attachment and among other things. So I think I met her in like October, November-ish time frame, right? Seen her a couple of times. At that time, I had known that she was talking to other dudes, which is cool. I was talking to other girls. I really didn't care. And I didn't plan for it to be anything long term. I was like, I'm just fucking around. I fucked up, caught feelings. But
You idiot.
in the beginning. And so she was with some dude around Christmas time of that year. I think it was like 2014-ish, 2015. And I was upset, and I should have left the whole thing. I should have just
Ran.
gone. No, I'm an idiot. But it's that moment around there because we had sex close to that time frame, like maybe a couple days later, right?
Mm-hmm.
Never truly thought about it after that. So basically, to fast forward slightly, when the kid was born, that time or when she was pregnant, that time frame matched up. Like everything was like when they trace back the pregnancy to the time of conceived and stuff like that, and they're like it was probably from this time frame of when he had sex. It made sense.
Yeah.
Right. So I find out a couple of months later that she was pregnant. I'm like, fuck.
And let me guess, she told you it was yours.
No.
Wait, she never told you it was yours?
I just knew that we had found out that she was pregnant, and I was seeing her at the time.
And you didn't know about the other guy?
I never thought about it because she wasn't, to my knowledge, seeing anybody at that time, right?
Okay.
It was just me and her. So I was like, fuck. And me never wanting kids, I was more like, fuck. But at that time, I was also like, I don't want to be a piece of shit.
I'm
So
going to do the responsible thing.
So I tried to do the responsible thing, which part of me also truly regrets that too.
I can only imagine.
Yeah.
You got to be daddy for a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately. So we ended up getting an apartment. I couldn't get BAH though. Also, so
'Cause you
being
weren't
with this
married with
girl,
her.
yeah, I wasn't married. So also she was going through a divorce at the time, right?
Go on.
It's not exactly legal for military people.
Oh, yeah, you can get fucking kicked out.
Yes, but not anymore.
Oh, that's good.
So they changed it to where if there's a legitimate divorce going through and there's like papers and there's process for that, then it's not illegal anymore.
Oh, finally.
Yeah, right. I know. We caught up with times and everything.
Yeah, we're not in the fucking colonial times anymore.
But at that time, it was... So my command had tried to fuck me because somebody had found out, and I was not liked by a couple of people.
Okay.
And so I had talked to a lawyer, and the lawyer was like, so they just asked you an incriminating thing without telling you about the incrimination possibilities. And I'm like, yeah. And he's like,
That's
well,
entrapment.
yep. But it's also not legal because they hadn't read me my rights or anything like that, and
So anything you said is not going to be used against you because they didn't.
well, they couldn't, like, if they tried to bring it up. 2, they said that they were reading, so they read me my rights and everything because they were trying to NJP me, and they give you the paper where they can, like, you can either keep your rights or you can sign away your rights. Basically, if you sign away your rights, you're going to get NJP'd and there's nothing you can fucking do. If you keep your rights, they have to make sure that they have enough against you to truly NJP you, because when you keep your rights, you don't make a statement, anything like that. If they don't find anything against you, they will literally drop the case, because that means that you have the right to a lawyer and you have the right to deny NJP and go to courts martial. So they had no information.
So on top of dealing with this crazy bitch, you had to deal with legal issues.
Potential legal issues.
Potential
and
legal
then, like,
issues.
all of the command shit with it, yeah.
So when you found out she was pregnant, and you just hung out with her throughout the whole pregnancy, huh?
Yeah.
How was that?
Not fun.
I imagine not. Not only is she got borderline and multiple personalities, she's pregnant and hormonal.
Yes.
And
The sex was good, though.
This sex was good. Although she could stab me at any time.
It's the little things. So, what had happened with the case? Well, nothing happened with the case because they had nothing on me. They had no information. They had literally nothing. So it ended up where, like, if we ever get any more info on this, you can be
fucked,
you can be recharged. I'm like, yeah, 'cause I'm a fucking idiot.
So let's get into the whole pregnancy thing now.
I mean, she was great and doggy.
Okay. I don't mean like that. I meant more like, so you're with her through the whole pregnancy.
Yeah.
You were there for the kid's birth?
No. So she had another kid, but she didn't have custody of that kid, and I had only ever seen that kid like one time, and that was because
I don't know why, but I am not surprised.
Yeah, I know.
I can't imagine why though.
Yep. So she had another kid, and the kid was like 2 or 3, I think. It was a daughter, but they lived with the dad. I had actually never seen the kid like one time, ever, and it was because I went on a trip with her to help her out with something. And other than that, the whole time I literally never saw the kid. That's another thing that was cool. I was like, cool, no children. And but during the birth, I was actually at work one day. Because I had made it was long enough to where I had gotten put, the chief fully respected me because I didn't lie to him. I didn't bullshit him. I kept him updated on the situation. He understood, and he respected my work ethic and everything that I was doing within the BAS.
Okay.
So he was actually on my side after a while because I earned my respect at that point throughout like that 9-month period. So he's like, I cannot guarantee you this, but I would try to get you to be able to go to like the birth and everything. I wouldn't have had time.
Okay. So she became pregnant, and this is how long into you guys being together?
She was pregnant?
That she became pregnant.
Very early. Because remember, I had met her.
So like a month in?
About 2 months in, maybe. A month, 2 months, yeah.
And then, so you stuck around with obviously another 9 months.
Yep.
So during that time, her having the psychological issues that she does,
I just thought she was super fucking crazy.
why did you?
And I had equated it to like borderline.
How long?
But you gotta remember, I was also trapped because even if I
Was
wanted...
this before the pregnancy you were trapped?
No. So, remember, I got in trouble with my command very early on. So, I had to play this strategically.
So if you felt like if you were to just get yourself out of a situation, she'd use that against you?
Yes, absolutely. And then my career would have been fucked.
Oh, okay. All right.
So I was fucked on multiple
kinda
aspects.
This reminds me of how, like, I had an ex that was borderline, and she was one of the reasons why I joined the military, because I tried leaving her, and she stood in the doorway and said, "No, you're not going anywhere."
Yes.
And she was the type to beat the shit out of herself and tell the cops I did it.
Exactly.
So I was just like,
So I had to be very strategic. So
Same-
I was
yep.
trapped the whole time. And also, I was trapped because I was trying what I thought was responsible while also being strategic. So I wasn't there for the birth. It was actually a very quick birth. She's like, popped that kid out super easy, like just slid right out, damn near. Because I had gotten a text that, hey, she's going. Because my best friend Gonzo was actually there for it. He lived with us for like a couple of weeks, I think.
was there any time during this pregnancy that there was even a question that the kid was yours?
You mean that he wasn't mine?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
No,
So the whole time you believed this kid was
the entire
yours?
time.
Did she convince you?
No, it was because of the timing. The
Got
timing
it.
made sense.
Okay. So what? How long after the birth did you get a paternity test?
We'll get to that.
Okay.
You're jumping ahead too far. So Gonzo was there. Gonzo was helping me out, and I got a text that she was going in labor, and I was like, "All right, cool. I'm going in with the patient right now. I'll message when I get out." By the time I got done with that patient, the kid was already born. That's how fucking fast it was.
Damn.
Like, it was quick, super quick, and he looked like a potato, as all children do.
All kids. I hate when people post, "This is such a beautiful baby. I'm so happy you're in this world." I'm like,
That's an alien potato. That's
literally
exactly
like
what that is.
no kid looks good coming out of the womb.
I don't think any kids are cute, honestly.
Some are, yeah.
Yeah.
I think some. I think
I'm not a
some
kid person.
kids are cute.
Just-
But like, I know you're
It's
not
a
a
bias-
kid person.
it's a
Even,
bias thing.
but even regardless of how cute the kid becomes, no kid looks good coming out.
Yeah, exactly. And so the older he got, a little bit older, like throughout the months, I guess you could say we thought he looked like me.
It became a psychological thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Did,
Ultimately,
did you know that there's actually like a biological thing where the dad will know at birth whether or not the kid is his?
False. I can attest to this.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's a lie.
So go on.
It's more of a feeling.
So as the kid,
It's not that.
as the kid got older and looked less and less like a fucking alien blob, like
Yes. So basically, he was born in September, and I ended it with her in December. So
3 months. That's 3 months.
November, December, yeah, roughly 3 months. So her divorce was finalized December 1st of that year. So I was like, she has nothing against me.
Okay.
So like, no matter what, there was nothing she could go off of as far as that portion goes. You know what I mean?
But the baby.
Well, yeah, but that's different. So I ended that shit. Moved back into the barracks. Got all my shit. Most of my shit. I lost so much shit. But I lost my deployment hard drive.
Oh no.
It still stings.
So when in this 3 month period did you start to think that this isn't your kid?
I didn't. So continuing on, I left her because I didn't want to be with her, and I could safely get out of the relationship as far as career wise. Now I knew. So the way that the law where we were was, no matter the father or the current marriage is responsible for the child. Or nobody goes on the birth certificate. Basically, it's up to the mother, I guess.
So the the husband from the divorce
Correct.
is on the birth
It's a
certificate.
southern thing.
It's a southern thing.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's got to be. I've never heard that before, but go on.
So they were going through, and so basically I would just be there anytime I would be around was for the kid to like help. I would babysit while she was at work or something on the weekend, and that was my time to see him do whatever. And this is also how I know I'm I would ever be a terrible father, because even though that the child was still there, like I didn't truly care. And that's because of my innate, I don't want kids. Like, I was trying to do what I thought was responsible,
Yeah.
but like I still didn't want the kid. And I'm comfortable in saying that because he's not my kid. Now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, like, I was doing the attempt of what I felt was responsible, and not just like, I'm gone. But I knew, and I can say it now, especially, but like I knew, like I still didn't want a kid. I was just doing what I felt I was obligated to do. So like I would sometimes take him to daycare. I would basically, because she couldn't legally get me for child support or anything like that, right? Because I wasn't on the birth certificate. That I would pay for his daycare, because that was super expensive. It was like $300 a month or some shit. And so I would pay for his daycare, and that was basically her child support, essentially. And I would see the kid, babysit him. She ended up getting with, it's really actually funny. She ended up marrying this dumbass Marine who...
He sounds like an idiot.
He is. he was...
Was he a boot? New boot?
Yeah.
They usually are.
And he was pogue as fuck. But he had tricked her, or she had tricked him into, she needed more benefits. she needed benefits.
She went full dependa.
So she'd always been. So they were together, and they had an apartment and everything. And then I think like 3 to 4 months into that relationship, he realized how crazy she was, and he got the fuck out of that relationship. So basically, she was getting more and more pain in my ass of if I were going to see him at all. And so I'm like, this is ridiculous. I need to get a DNA test. Because for me to have any type of rights, to not have to just only deal with her, have to be on the birth certificate, right? And so to do that, because I wasn't originally on, you had to have a DNA test. Magically, when I'm like, we're gonna get a DNA test, she's like, he's probably not yours. I'm like, excuse me?
Wait, she fucking knew
The whole time.
the whole time?
Yes, but because she was supported, or had
She
someone
just kept her mouth
to
shut.
leech off of. Yes, the whole thing.
Fuck.
So you know how I know it's fucked up? She knew the person who is the biological father, because he was tested as well.
Was this before you did?
This is the same time.
Oh, she tested both. You both did it.
Yes. So we both sent in our samples. I think it was those cheek swabs, and then his sample to be matched up. And I still have the email that says not the father, essentially.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah. So she knew the whole fucking time, and she named the person, or well, I don't want to say name, but identified the person that was. And so this whole time, she knew. And I was like, this bitch. And then afterwards, I was like, hey, not my problem.
Hey, that's like one of those things where it's a mixed bag of emotions, because on one hand,
You would think, but it really
you wasted
wasn't.
a year of my life and made me fucking emotionally like think this. And on the other hand, you're like, oh, thank God I can actually get away with this and not fucking have any kind of ties.
Yes. You know what's more fucked up, though, is... Because I know it's fucked up and selfish. I was more pissed about the money I had to spend.
On the kid?
In general. For the kid. Yes. So, I'm not a kid, man.
Why don't you
I'm
get
not
a fucking...
kid person.
Get a vasectomy.
I've been trying. No one will do it. Because ethically, quote unquote, because I don't have kids, because I'm still young.
I know a girl that works at the gym. She's not even 30 yet, and she got her tubes removed because she doesn't want kids.
Does she have kids?
No.
Is there anything medically wrong?
No. The only thing is that she donated her eggs.
I don't know. because
And then
it's almost impossible.
She has a doctor that removed her fallopian tubes, and she has no kids.
Because I want that. Because I don't want. And then I've always actually talked to people like if I were in a relationship after I got my vasectomy, and she was like, "I'm pregnant." I'm like, "Well, you're gone, you cheating bitch." Like, guarantee it's not mine.
Trauma after trauma after trauma.
But no, she was super crazy. But so when I tell people I don't want kids, this is my solidification of how I justify how much I truly don't want kids, because I had that trial period.
And then you realize during that period
how much I don't want children. Yes. 1,000%.
even with thinking that it was yours,
Exactly.
and you still didn't
Like, I
want it.
genuinely thought it was mine, and I'm like, I don't want fucking children.
Do you think that maybe you thought that because biologically you had no connection with a kid for multiple reasons? Like, one, the mother being the way she was. Two, there was no biological connection between you and that kid, so therefore, like, you don't have a bond with that kid. It's
did.
almost like a primitive type thing.
So I did have. So it's funny. The story continues.
Okay.
Right.
Jesus.
She still was not diagnosed with multiple personality yet. I just thought she was fucking crazy.
Which is okay.
So this continues my stupidity.
You did not stick with her.
No, I didn't stick with her. I fucked her a couple of times.
You moron. That's
know.
sticking with her.
I know. That's how good the sex was, so I'm telling you.
And let me tell you something. My crazy ex, though that she was great in bed, I didn't stay with her.
No, I didn't stay with her.
I didn't fuck her again either.
This was like twice. Trust me. It was like twice. But
It's more than it should have been.
because I had somewhat of a connection with the kid, and I was like, oh, I can be a cool uncle now. And I was way cooler with that.
Because you could give the kid back.
Exactly. So I was like, oh, he's not mine. Fuck yeah. She asked me to babysit him. I was like, yeah, I can do that.
Because there's no direct
I don't
responsibility.
have any responsibility to this. And I was like, he's a cool kid. So I didn't have to do anything. I was like, I'm a way better. That's why I tell people, I'm like, I'm a way better uncle than anything, because I can send the little fucking shit back to his parents.
So it continues on. Go on.
So it continues on, and throughout I think I would babysit him every so often for like 6 months, give or take. But I found during that time, she was going to mental health, and she was legitimately diagnosed with multiple personality. And I was like,
This explains so much.
this makes so much sense, because she would actually switch when we were together, and I never truly thought about it. And once it was identified, I'm like, that makes sense. And then it started to get really weird too, because once she had finally come out about that, and it was identified, they all had different names.
Oh, it was that deep, huh?
Yes. So there was, like, if she ever felt like she was being attacked, she would become like a child.
Oh, God.
There was like a teenage one that was super fucking sassy. There was a slutty one, which was, I think, the one that seduced myself.
Okay.
I can't remember what that one's name was. There was a super slutty one. There was like a responsible one that kind of took over in super stressful situations. And then there was just like regular her. There was a couple more, but they weren't like super significant. But those were like the main ones. Oh, there was like a really dark one that's the one that would like cut her. Like when she would cut herself, that's usually the one that would come out. Yeah.
This sounds so fun.
And after a while, I started using it as like my own little psych experiment.
Oh, you bastard. Oh. Like, this is... I have a... Like, you like... Fuck, dude.
So I would try to talk to each one of them, or like, which one is this? Like they would usually say which one. If I couldn't tell, most of the time I could tell after a while.
Which one are you? Oh, interesting. Notes.
Yeah, and like how each one would act and what different situations would bring on.
So you went from fucking this chick to thinking you were the dad of this chick to now using her as a case study
of the child, not the dad of her.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. You
But-
like
but
she thought you were. She thought you like you went from fucking her to being in a relationship with her to thinking that you're the father of her kid to now you're using her as a case study after everything is said and over with.
Yeah, and while being a semi-uncle-ish babysitter.
I think you need to get evaluated because that is some devious shit.
So I never did anything as far as negative or
That's
anything.
like that's
It was
psychotic.
more, well,
I'm
it
not
was
gonna
more
lie.
like I wanted. See, that's why psych interests me with my personality.
Because you're a psychopath.
No, it's because I always want to know more. I want to know why. So I wanted to get deep. I wanted to understand what was happening, basically.
While also having some kind of embedment in her life.
What's the difference?
When a person is evaluating someone,
I wasn't evaluating her. It was more just me getting information.
okay, you're getting information out of her. You're basically using her as a case study, but you're also involved in her life. Most people that do that aren't directly involved with that person, with a patient's life.
Well, she wasn't a patient.
Officially, no.
I was just using my skills to be like, this is really interesting. But also to make interactions with her simple and not fucking crazy. It was better to understand, especially depending on which personality was present at the time. It was beneficial to know how to handle each one, what would trigger each one to be the current alt that was present, and what to do in those situations.
Oh my god.
So it was partially for myself as well.
Yeah, obviously.
No, I mean for the interaction,
Right. You,
for my own safety.
for my own safety. I need to know how to identify which version of this crazy.
Basically, yeah.
What the fuck?
Yep. So the moral of the story is that I was not the fucking father. And I got the
No, the
hell
moral of the
out
story is
situation.
if you get any kind of red flags that were listed above, get out now.
Yeah, fucking run.
And don't be a dummy and come on her tummy.
And don't date strippers.
Don't date strippers.
She was a good stripper too.
Cool. She was also nuts. That explains why she was a good stripper. Her the personality that her seductive personality was the stripper.
I can't believe that I have never told this story to you. Well, I understand like the full elongated version, yeah, but in general,
Even bringing it up to me, no, you haven't. Jesus fucking Christ, that's wild. All right, so we're at I mean,
overall,
this is gonna get cut down. We're at 4 hours.
well, the breaks, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta cut the breaks and shit out. But
What are we at?
4 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, we'll be like 3:30 then.
Yeah,
After you take all those breaks out.
like the pee break, the poop break, the me pulling up videos break.
Yeah, it'll probably be like as normal.
Yeah.
Normal ones.
So I'm actually thinking about doing promos in those breaks, like short ones.
For what?
Regiment,
Oh, okay. All right.
the regiment, the podcast, and the Twitch stream.
This is how can you do the podcast when it is the podcast?
The podcast on Spotify.
Okay.
So do regiment promo, Spotify promo, or Apple or Google, whichever you prefer, and then the Twitch promo, and then social media promos, shit like that, Discord, stuff like all that cool shit.
The Instagram too.
I said social medias, but yes.
Okay. What branching them off. So
Anyway, you seem tired as fuck. It's funny because
yeah, talking about her is exhausting.
it seems exhausting. I am exhausted for you.
I try to cut all ties from this bitch.
Anyway, let me switch cameras. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Love y'all. Appreciate y'all. That's what Doc looks like when he does that. He looks like he's fucking trying to have sex with me. So I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thanks for tuning in. And for those of you that are listening, happy Monday. And we'll see you guys next week. Me and Doc, we are both going to have our jerseys Tuesday. So for the next episode when we record that, we are going to...
Are we recording on Friday?
No, it's going to have to be on a Saturday again.
That's supposed to be Red Friday.
Yeah, I mean, I know that, but the thing about that is I got to fucking work until 10 p.m.
Excuses.
I don't want to get off work at 10 p.m. and start recording at like 11:30 at night.
You were up till 3 a.m.
Getting shit ready. That's one thing. It's another thing to fucking like actually have to be functional enough to provide an entertaining podcast. That's why I don't like streaming late anymore. Like I have to out of necessity, but even still, I notice that like, dude, I'm dragging ass during those streams. I don't want to stream that late anymore. I want to do it in the morning, but there's nobody watching in the morning. Everyone's at work.
It's true.
So it sucks.
Ironically, though, for somehow, I don't know how people that become regular streamers actually get more viewers during the day.
They build a community and people are watching them at work.
But it just doesn't make sense to me.
I don't get it either.
Maybe it's because there's less streamers during the day, I guess. Like there's less options.
It's possible.
Like it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. Well, anyway, love you guys. Appreciate y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Go ahead and like and subscribe to this YouTube video.
That's right. We have to do that now.
Yeah,
just wait till we start getting merch. That'll be hilarious. We'll start plugging the merch.
I'm gonna work on that too.
Well, let's wait till we get more viewers.
Yeah.
So people actually can buy it.
All right. Have a good night, guys. Love ya. Bye.